Okay, we have the green box, we have the live counter ticking up, so we should now be live, which of course means welcome back to the Storytime Network. It is the Paradox Hour podcast, and we are here to discuss the behemoth that is anime in 2023.
It's a good year for anime. Really good year for anime.
Yeah. I mean, not good for I'm sure, the working conditions of the anime industry, but, you know...
Oh, God, no. God, no.
Rapidly approaching a breaking point, I would imagine.
Especially some studios. Anyways.
At some point, this industry is going to collapse, and we're going to go back to, like, a couple hundred shows a year. But that was not this year. We have... way too many shows to talk about.
We trimmed the list. We tried to limit the list and trim it down, and we still have so many shows.
We limited the list to stuff where, for the vast majority of them, there is at least 2 people who watch them.
There's maybe like
there's
4 or so.
There's a handful.
Yeah. We don't need to go over them right now. Let's just
mention them.
Dive into it.
But yes, let's get started straight away. With the first show, we are going by season, so we're starting off with winter. And the first show, alphabetically, is The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten.
This was very good. Very nice romance that didn't take too long. And it's getting a second season, isn't it?
Is it? I don't remember hearing anything about that.
I don't know.
I know it was pretty popular.
You talk.
I hope it's getting a second season.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was a pretty enjoyable little romantic comedy.
Had a good vibe going for it, and didn't rush it, but didn't take too long to like build into the relationship. I also like the secondary couple that kind of contrasted with our leads. It was very nice. It always helps when they do that, because like if it's just like two teenagers just dancing around each other perpetually with no progress whatsoever, and it's just like that's the only focus, it gets really stale.
Can confirm. Second season confirmed October 8th.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So
there you go.
Probably not going to get it for a little while though.
Yeah.
But yeah, very excited for that. I do appreciate when the anime continue past the confession and getting together.
Yeah, that's actually great.
More anime should do that.
Yeah.
It's starting to become more of a thing, to be fair.
Based Reiwa era. But yes, no, good romance. Probably not the best romance of the year, because holy shit, spring was stacked with good romances. But
no, we're a little spoiled this year with romance a bit. But for that particular season, I mean, it kind of filled a void that needed to be filled. So I think it works.
Yeah, there were only like 1 or 2 other rom-coms, and I think only like one of those was worthwhile. But that was a lot more slow burn than this one.
Yep.
I mean, there was Tomo-chan, there was Kubo.
Kubo was nice.
Kubo was also pretty good. Kubo was good.
Kubo was good. Ice Guy was good as well, but that one was a lot more slow burn, as it were.
I think that's mostly it for actual rom-coms without any, you know.
Unfortunately, all the winter rom-coms got overshadowed by spring.
Yeah.
I mean,
this is probably the one that best escaped it.
There were like 4 big new rom-coms in spring.
And we will talk about, I believe, all of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, still good, even if it was overshadowed by later stuff. It's worth checking out, I think.
Yeah, especially since, again, this one's actually getting a second season. I don't think all the ones from spring are getting second seasons.
Yeah, I think the only one that has confirmed a second season is Dangers in My Heart.
Yeah.
Which airing in winter.
see, that's more like a second core than a new season. Let's be honest. They're just saying it's a second season just because they can.
Mm-hmm. But we should probably move on before we linger too much.
Yeah, this is a cute little show.
Alright, moving on then to Core 2 of Blue Lock. Second core was really interesting in the sense of it was very much tearing Isagi down and building him back up, which was, you know, very much the point of the OP, or a part of the OP where, you know, and the main sort of like visual that they used of Isagi, you know, breaking down into jigsaw pieces and then coming back together.
I think I really like the premise for the second half there. I think it just works brilliantly.
And I think Rin is a really good antagonist in that sense, because he is basically just the better version of what Isagi thought he was. And even when you get to the end and Isagi has finally caught up in a mental sense, he still loses because he isn't there in the physical sense. What I will say is, it's still bullshit that Iga Gagushi, or whatever the fuck his name is, made it through.
Yeah?
He had no right making it that far when somebody like Iemon didn't. That poor guy just spent all his time in net.
That makes me sad.
Kunigami as well, but, you know...
Also, not to mention, we got the return of some other characters in the second half that basically made starring roles of their own, which I think was amazing.
Oh, Barrow, I love you.
He's the king.
I love Barrow so much. Part of it is just because he's voiced by Junichi fucking Suave, and she's just so good.
Yes, yes. He's so good. I love him.
But yeah, Nagi and his boyfriend as well. Reo, that's his name. Nagi especially, it was really interesting to see him interact so much with Isagi. And for Isagi having, you know, lent on Bachira so much in the first core, to realize that he couldn't, if he wanted to progress, he couldn't do the same with Nagi. And so trying to make sure that, you know, he was still using Nagi to his fullest extent, obviously, but not in a way of forcing him to do everything. There was also a couple of new characters introduced, the guys on Rin's team, who were just very fun with their gimmicks.
I think they're a joy.
Yeah. But did this get a second season announced?
Yeah, it got a second season and a movie.
Yes, it did. It got the Nagi spin-off, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I've looked a little bit ahead. So I know vaguely what's coming in the future, but not a huge amount. I barely remember it anyway. But looking forward to the second season. Looking forward to the Nagi spin-off. It's going to be interesting to see how well he does as the main lead rather than a supporting role. But yeah, no, Blue Lock was very good.
Blue Lock's great. I enjoy it a lot. I'm very much looking forward to what's coming next, because I haven't seen anything from except a few insane out of context screenshots, but you know.
Also, the OP for the second call was a fucking banger.
Very good.
Fucking banger. But let us move on to our next show. It's another sequel. It is BOFURI I don't want to get hurt, so I'll max out my defense. Season 2.
This was delightful.
This was just more of the same from BOFURI, and it was just what we needed. I don't particularly need BOFURI to like massively reinvent the wheel on anything, because what it does is just so much fun.
Yeah, exactly. It is a delight.
Yeah, you know, watching Maple just trip her way through being an overpowered piece of shit in this game is just wonderful.
Breaking an already kind of broken game.
I mean, I think the improvement in this season was seeing the devs' reactions to it.
Oh yeah,
And seeing them just
so
go,
good.
what the actual fuck is she doing? We can't stop her.
And they actually tried to.
Yeah.
They dedicate actual segments of this game to beating
Nerfing
her down,
yeah.
and they fail.
I mean,
It's so funny.
I remember one particular bit in one of the competitions where they had players complaining to the devs that they'd made it too hard because Maple had just fucked things up.
Yeah, they have to like literally grade on a curve just to account for her, and it's great.
And even then, in the end, the 3 top guilds team up, and whatever they just can't do anything to stop it. But I think eventually they realized that as long as people were having fun with the game, it didn't really matter. But yeah, no, I mean, BOFURI's great. It was great getting more interactions and more different interactions, because that was the other thing the team ups did. We got to see characters that didn't normally interact with each other, you know, have to coexist. And we got a bunch of cute new animal familiars as well.
They were all delightful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it on the BOFURI front. Like I said, it was just more BOFURI goodness.
I'm hoping we get more eventually.
Yeah. The light novels are out in English, by the way. I believe they're I don't know where the anime is compared to the novels, but like there's like 11 or 12 novels out now.
Maybe I can check my new favorite website wherever I've put it. I do have a new favorite. Oh no, I might have closed it. Oh well. New favorite website that tells you where an anime ended in the source material.
Ooh, that's cool. You'll have to share the link
Because I was using
when you get a chance.
I was using it when I did my Christmas shopping, because I wanted to know where things ended in terms of. I think I checked Malevolent Spirits because I got the manga for that, and I think I checked for Sabikui Bisco because I've got the light novels for that as well.
Sabikui Bisco, if I recall correctly, only really covered the first volume.
I haven't gotten to it yet because I'm still reading the Apothecary Diaries light novels.
Oh, look at you, source material reader.
Oh no, I'm
Wow.
fully source material scum for Apothecary Diaries now. I'm fairly sure if they continue at the same pace for it, I'm where the anime is going to end.
Nice.
But we should move on to our next show, which is Buddy Daddies.
This was a fun show.
Yeah.
That's impressively fucking dark at times, though.
Yeah.
Goes to show what happens when you have a series with hitmen as your protagonists.
Yeah, I was gonna say, with a premise like that, I mean, I would hope there'd be some darkness in there.
But it all turned out with a happy ending at the end.
Yeah. Big happy family.
Kind
Kind of wish it were a little gayer, but you know, it's okay.
Can't always get what we want, unfortunately.
No.
But sometimes you might
Cowards.
just find you get what you need. I'm not apologizing for that reference.
Yeah, no. Fun little show. Kind of like a Diet Spy Family in a way, but it also has different vibes to it. But it
does have a different vibe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a 1-to-1, but it is still. It's basically Diet Spy Family.
Yeah.
Or more accurately, it's probably like kind of like the Diet Pepper to Dr. Pepper to like Diet Coke of the Spy Family, I guess.
Yeah.
Not quite the same, but similar enough.
Yeah, I think Miri is also better at being a little child than Anya is.
Anya's a bit more precocious, yeah. Though to be fair, Anya is also just hilarious.
Anya's hilarious, but in a different way.
Yeah. Now, Miri and Anya have their own different appeals.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, even though Miri doesn't bring quite the same vibe as Anya, she's still a fun character in her own right.
Yeah, I forgot PA Works did this. It was pretty well animated.
PA Works rarely does bad animation, in my experience.
I'm sure they've done a stinker at some point, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
There's not a single big studio that hasn't been fucked up at least once.
I mean, to some people's eyes, Fairy God.
Ugh.
I like
Fairy God I have issues with. But...
I liked Fairy God. I know what issue you have with it, but yeah.
Oh, they did the day I became a god.
Oh, yep, there it is. There's a sticker.
Yeah. Because part of that show is good.
The first like 9 episodes were pretty good. The last few.
Oh wait, they also did Charlotte. Yeah, that.
Oh, another black marker. Okay, there we go.
They're not perfect, but they've done mostly pretty fucking good stuff.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the Shirobako, another stinker. I'm kidding. Shirobako's great.
I mean, especially in recent years, Skip and Loafer, Buddy Daddies, Akiba Maid War, your boy Kong Ming, Aquatope, Pyronman, like...
We don't need to go down the whole list.
Where's Kong Ming Season 2?
They're doing the movie remake of the first season first, so they're gonna do those two.
I know, but they better announce it there, I swear.
We need a season 2 of that, yes.
Yes.
But let's not get too off track.
Yeah, right, Buddy Daddies.
I'm surprised by how nuanced it handled the whole parenting thing. It was really well done in that regard.
Yeah, I think they handled that great. These two were way out of their element.
Oh yeah, no.
Ray especially.
So can I just clarify something for my own peace of mind? Because I went back and listened to our wrap-up streams just so I could remember how I felt about some of these shows, especially the winter ones. Did listen to the Buddy Daddies one, and did Ray lose an arm?
No.
Okay.
He got shot in the arm.
He got shot in the arm, okay. I remember just being quite confused during that.
No, he didn't lose an arm, he just got shot.
Okay, he just got shot in the arm.
It was a needed hobbling to make him, struggling more believable.
Right.
Yeah, he was a little too badass.
But yeah, otherwise, very good show. One of the highlights of a fairly dry winter season, if I'm being honest.
It was
also,
pretty
it's
dry.
an original, which is always nice.
Yeah, always good to keep the originals train rolling.
Wish there were more good originals, but
our
it's how it
next
is.
show is not an original because it is Inspector Season 2. This is at least the second time that I remember where a second season has just improved on the first in so many ways.
There were a few of those this year, but this is one of the more standout examples of it.
Because look, Inspector
It helps a
season
lot,
1
but
Inspector season 1 wasn't bad, but it had problems.
It wasn't.
And
Mostly the pacing.
The pacing, sticking 9 episodes into a single arc, not great, and the dynamics just weren't really there. But season 2, just as I said, just blew that out of the water with Kotoko's interactions with Kuro being better, having shorter, more focused arcs, getting to see, Kotoko and Kuro from different perspectives as well. And just, I think the stories in general were better than the main one from the first season. The Yuki Ono one was really good. The Baki Neko one was really good. The rich asshole family was really good.
Yeah. It was all good stuff.
Yeah, they were all really good arcs, and again, I can just listen to Kotoko just spout bullshit day in and day out.
She is a professional bullshit talker.
Yeah. And especially just whenever she just decides to just talk about how much Kuro is gonna fucking bang her.
She was so horny on main, but honestly, it's kind of refreshing
horny.
to see it like...
so fun.
It's honestly refreshing to see a woman in a relationship be just like, so openly... just into that.
She possibly saved her own life by talking about how hard Kuro was gonna plow her into the mattress.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh, it's so funny.
As an explanation for why she was in an eel restaurant.
Yeah, no, that was great.
And
that
also,
single episode was really good too. That was a nice little vignette.
It was.
Not a nice vignette, but a good vignette.
Yeah, it was a good one. I think I wanted it to be in a different place, because I wanted this season to end with the rich asshole family, but it was still a very good episode. Yeah, I think from my perspective, it was a case of they set up with the rich asshole family the possibility of Rika trying to prove to Kuro how ruthless Kotoko is, in a negative way, and then they had this this vignette where she is incredibly ruthless, because I'm fairly sure it was the dude who killed his wife and was gonna turn himself in because he had all these horrible symptoms, and Kotoko just went up to him and went, "Your wife is haunting you. She's not gonna stop because you turn yourself in. Fuck you." You're suffering through
honestly,
this.
Yeah, no, like, good for her, though, for going that far and just saying, like, you're fucked no matter what, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
And I think the guy was like, "Can you help me?" And she's like, "Why would I? You're in the wrong in this."
Yeah.
Fuck you.
As it turns out, you are the asshole.
You fucked around and now you're finding out. Eat shit. So I think having that one, maybe before the rich asshole family one would have been, maybe a good hint at that. But I don't know.
Overall, it was still pretty good.
No, yeah, overall, it was still a really, really good season. I think I gave this, like, was it first place in winter? First sequels?
Maybe. I think I put this in, like, third or fourth for sequels for me, but that was because it's, Hiroaka carried over.
It was second, because winter had Tsurune. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, that was always going to happen. But, Inspector Season 2, absolutely wonderful. Definitely a step up on the first season. So, we should probably move on now to... It's another sequel. There were quite a few sequels in Winter that... Not that many...
Winter was a weak season for new shows, but a good season for originals.
It was... Sequels, you mean?
It was a good season for sequels, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, brain fried.
No, I understand it. I'm probably going to make some shitty errors like that as well. But moving on to... Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon, Season 4?
2 puns and 5 words, good god. I forgot about that. The cat girl who was relentlessly punning. No, this is good. It was a really good climax to Ryu's arc, to Ryu's arc, and just her and Belle's developed relationship was just really good.
Yeah, probably the best season in Danmachi so far, and
Yeah,
it really delivered. The horrors of the dungeon are just fantastic,
mm-hmm.
and
Just really delivered on so many different things.
yeah, I love their struggle for survival.
Mm-hmm.
And a character that's been around for a while, I think just got the attention she deserved finally.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Ryu is definitely a girl, which I now remember, because fairly sure I thought she was a guy for some reason.
Oops.
Which is weird, because I watched, like, half of that last fight where it is mentioned multiple times that Ryu is a girl, and it just apparently didn't sink in.
Brain not work, sorry.
Yeah, I'm dumb. I ignore clear things sometimes for some reason.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, the action sequences were pretty good. The character development across the board was really good in this part of the season. And we just had, like, some really brutal action, honestly. Like, good god.
Yeah. The Juggernaut fight at the end, really, really satisfying.
Mm-hmm. And Leah's just, like, final character development was just really good.
Mm-hmm. And we have season 5 confirmed as well.
Yep.
Though we have no idea when that's coming.
Honestly, I imagine Danmachi will be one of those few series that might get a full adaptation, depending on when the anime or when the light novels end.
JC Staff is unfortunately fucking busy.
When has that stopped them?
I believe, if I remember correctly from a tweet Mal put out, I think they had the most shows this season. This year, in 2023, with like 12.
Probably.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, they had.
Because it was.
They had Reign of the Seven Spellblades, Duke of Death Season 2, 2 cores of Sugar Apple Fairy Tale, and Sacrificial Princess. Smartphone Season 2, 2 cores of Eden Zero, Danmachi, and yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Way of the House Husband Season 2.
So yeah, JC Staffen first with 8, Leiden Films with 7, and Silverlink with 6.
God damn.
Oh, goodness.
Biz A, folks.
I'm surprised they've largely delivered on good quality. Mostly.
Yep, they have, and you gotta hand it to them. They have some really good stuff there.
Yeah.
With, especially with this, like, as you said, best season yet.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to what comes next.
Yeah, in like 10 years, whenever it happens.
The gap between season 3 and season 4 was not too big, actually. I think it was just like 2 years.
The biggest gap was between, I think, seasons 1 and 2.
That tracks.
So season 3 was 2020 and season 4 was 2022. So yeah, 2 years.
Okay. So we'll probably see something similar here.
Probably like 2025-ish, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should probably move on before we...
Yeah.
Let us move on then to The magical revolution of the reincarnated princess and the genius young lady.
So good.
Yeah, this is another solid fantasy.
Honestly, like,
Technically an
This
isekai, but it may as well not even be one.
yeah, like, this might be the best Yuri series of the year.
Probably.
Probably.
How many were there?
There were
Yeah,
like
'cause I
five.
can only- I
There
can
were
only
like a
think of
good
two.
half dozen.
Really?
Yeah. Summer was the only season without a Yuri series.
Huh.
At least
Don't
one that
be
wasn't.
offended if I fact check this.
There's like 5 or 6 that I know for sure.
I mean, there's obviously
feel like-
I'm in love with the
I can only
villainess.
think of 3.
There's
There's
Yuri,
Villainess.
Yuri is my job.
Mm-hmm.
There's this.
Mm-hmm.
That's
There's
3.
Gundam.
Oh right.
Gundam, yeah, Gundam counts.
There's Stardust Telepath, which is subtext but still there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It still has the Yuri tag, so we gotta count it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Are we counting Shy then? Because I feel like Shy was was somewhat like clearer.
It doesn't have the tag, but it's hella implied.
But
We'll get there when we
yeah,
talk about it.
We'll get
Yeah.
up to that.
We will get there. But yeah, that's a good half a dozen.
Yeah, well, Yuri fans eating pretty decent this year then.
Yeah,
Poor boys love fans.
honestly. Hey, you're getting a boys' love series this season.
Yeah, they'll have their day.
Men.
But yeah, no, this is a really solid Yuri fantasy.
Mhm.
I ended on a pretty good note. I'd like
Yeah.
to see more, but I don't think we necessarily need
We
it.
never get a second season of Yuri stuff. Like, it's
No,
either subtext or no second season.
still no Bloom. Still no Bloom.
Come on, Troika, give us more Bloom.
Look, they were busy creating one of the best anime of the year, so maybe they'll work on it now.
Spoilers. But yeah.
But yeah, this is good. It was very good.
Yeah,
I think this covers the first 3 volumes of the light novel, which is still ongoing.
Then maybe we'll get more one day. I won't get my hopes up though. What studio did this?
Diomedia.
They don't put out too much, from what I recall.
Yeah.
They've only done this, Kimono Hashi, and Saint's Magic Power Season 2 this year.
Huh. Yeah, so they're not a big studio.
Ah, yes, the brilliant studio behind Domestic Girlfriend.
I was about to mention it.
God. Damn it. No, don't get me started on it. It'll no.
To be
Please
fair,
Hey, they did Parallel Pharmacy, so
I was gonna say they
Parallel
also did
Pharmacy.
Parallel World Pharmacy, so the lowest of lows to the highest of highs.
They have a mixed bag track record.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yes, I would like a second season of this. I do hope there is more. It's just it rarely happens.
Yeah,
which
we
is
got a good enough
depressing to me.
ending though. So
The ending point is good enough that it's not too much of an issue for me. Yeah.
yeah. But I guess we'll see.
We
But-
shall see indeed.
Yeah, good solid little fantasy time with some girls kissing. Thank God.
Thank God.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let's move
Yeah.
on to something I greatly enjoyed now, with Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari.
I still need to watch this.
Fucking
It's
love
good.
this show.
It's a very fun time. My one complaint is that the action scenes and some of the other animation was a bit stilted here and there,
Yeah,
but it was otherwise pretty
having
good.
now read the first 4 volumes of the manga, they kind of did the show dirty with some of the facial expressions, because there is a lot more expression and cartoony expressions about.
there are so many series like this too. Like there are so many anime adaptations of manga that just like do not fully capture the spirit, the art of the manga.
And there's also some really good serious art in there as well.
Mm.
I think they also did Hyoma a little bit dirty because they cut out a scene right at the start, which really would have made it clear that he's just a dumbass. Which I won't get into now because I don't want to take up too much time because I want to be talking about this as much as possible. Because this is just a really good series about Hyoma working through his own trauma and realizing that not all Tsukumagami are evil like the one that killed his siblings. And Botan realizing that she can connect to people again.
Sometimes a good character arc only needs can be simple and straightforward.
Yeah.
As it turns out.
And I think it's done really well throughout the seasons, and it's done gradually as well. Hyoma doesn't just instantly go, oh, hey, the Nagatskis are cool. That means, not all Tsukumagami are evil. He takes time and he goes, the Nagatskis are weird. They're not what I expect from Tsukumagami. I'm going to have to keep watching them. I'm going to have to try and figure out what this means, which is really good. Because again, his biases are coming from a place of trauma. And while, he's not right to think that way, it is an understandable reaction. And so to see him, as I said, gradually work through this was really nice, and doing it alongside Botan as well. And while, yes, the animation was never, amazing, I do think some of the fights were still pretty good.
I don't disagree with you there.
And I do like, the various abilities that characters have. I loved the Bureau's gimmicks. I loved the Bureau in general, but I really liked their power system or their power style. I liked Tsubaki's talisman style, stuff like that. It's got a good mix of powers.
There's some fun bullshit there.
Yeah, and just the humor in the show is just so fucking on point. It's just so on point. There were so many times where I was just laughing my ass off, or having to stop and just go, "Oh my god, Hyoma, how are you still alive? How have you survived this long?
How do you function?"
Pure strength is the answer.
Strong.
Yeah. But, I hope this gets more, because I think we're probably... What was it? I think we're about 2/3 of the way through, if I remember correctly.
Oh, damn.
So,
there's another show that we'll be talking about later.
The anime ends at chapter 44, and the manga, which is now complete, if I remember correctly, is where is got up to? Why did it do that? See, chapter 57. Sorry. So yeah, about 2/3 of the way through.
Wild.
So yeah, I really hope we get a third season so we can have a full adaptation of this, because it would be really cool. And I'm really interested to see where this goes as well, with the umbrellas, with the leader having taken Hyoma's brother's form, and Botan and her fucking Maribito thing. But yeah, let us move on to... It is one of the few solo shows on this list, and I refuse to not have it on here. It is Tsurune, The Linking Shot.
Yeah, this one I also need to watch too.
It's KyoAni, of course.
I mean, yes, it looks absolutely stunning, but it's not just the good visuals, it's also the story work. I'm just going to take a drink because my throat is feeling dry. And I know I'm going to be talking a lot here. Season 1 was very much focused on Minato more than any other character. Because his was the central... he was the one with the issue. He had the target panic and he had to work through that. Other characters got a little bit of attention here and there, but for the most part, it was Minato's story. Season 2 widened that out. You had the Kaido and Nanao episode, which was really good. You had Seiya having some issues and continuing to be confronted about his attachment to Minato. Ryohei managed to strike up a weird friendship with Shu. The Kurosaki twins got some attention as well, which was really nice because they were very much one-note villains in the first season, and here they actually got some depth and grew as people, which was really cool. We got more of Sase and his fucking idol obsession. And we obviously got Nikaido, the antagonist of the season, and his whole deal, which was understandable to an extent of he felt like his uncle had been shunned purposefully, when in fact it was more a case of just miscommunication. But you know, it was really, really cool to see that progress. And then at Nationals, you know, 2 absolutely fantastic matches between Kazumai and Nikaido School. I think it's Tsujimine. And then Kazumai and Kurosaki, because it always ends up that way. And yeah, again, absolutely beautifully animated as you would expect from KyoAni, and yeah, I honestly can't recommend Tsurune enough. The first season was, I would say, was good to very good. Season 2, I think, probably took it a step up. Not as big as I would say in the Spectre did, but I would still say Season 2 is an improvement. Just in, you know, widening the focus onto other characters. And getting to end the season with them all performing the festival ceremony, and getting to see their development through, you know, image flashes as they took their shots. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I can't recommend Tsurune highly enough. It's really good. But we should move on to the final winter show, which is Vinland Saga Season 2.
Good God. Orphan's development. It's like, goddamn.
Yeah.
This is so good.
Yes, very, very good. Big change from Season 1, but a necessary one and a very good one.
Honestly, I feel like Season 2 versus Season 1, I feel like the difference there is, like, kind of the shift, rather, in, like, tone and focus is kind of like a way to say, like, hey, this this violent outlook that Thorfinn has during the first season is only going to bring self-destruction and pain. If you instead understand why he is broken by this outlook and the actions he took under it, you will understand what it takes to be an actual good person, like he is striving to be now.
It took him long enough to figure it out.
It did. At the same time, though, it is a very satisfying character arc.
Yeah.
I imagine it was. Because, God, did he just not learn his lessons in that first season.
He was a little ball of hatred who was basically raised by Vikings. What do you expect?
Viking culture is extremely toxic.
Maybe when he started getting the dreams of, hey, maybe you should give up this revenge quest. Maybe then.
He really likes Sasuke, okay?
He's better Sasuke.
He woke up from those...
is better Sasuke.
Yeah, obviously he is, because Sasuke is terrible, and it's not a high bar, but I'm sure he's a lot better than Sasuke. But yeah, literally, he woke up from those dreams like, huh, that was weird. Oh well, off to kill Askeladd again.
Oh, here I go killing again.
Here I go getting my ass handed to me again.
Thorfinn's growth as a person is great. Einar is also just a really good character.
Einar is fantastic. He is the perfect bro to Thorfinn.
He's such a bro.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
the character work is just very strong overall in this. Like, it even goes to the trouble of introducing you to, like, this one dude who's, like, seemingly this benevolent person, even though he owns people, but it turns out, no, he's just as toxic as you'd expect him to be, he's just better at hiding it. Under this...
Owning slaves is bad? Anime never taught me that.
Okay.
Like, seriously. Kettle's a piece of shit. It just takes a while for them to go all in on it because, like, he's doing a good job at hiding this part of himself because he's deluding himself into thinking he's a good person.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. This is good stuff. This is extremely good stuff.
Yeah, it's extraordinarily good. I am desperate for season 3 if that ever happens.
Did that get announced? I could have sworn it got announced.
No. I think at most they said Thorfinn's story will continue or whatever. I don't remember.
So we have future stuff to look forward to, just nothing confirmed.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, it's Vinland Saga. I can't imagine it not getting another season. It's just who knows when. The fact that it's over at Mappa now obviously doesn't help. But
Mappa, the thing with Mappa that really weirds me out is, like, the Vinland Saga team got a really good production schedule compared to the team behind that was working on Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah, it's weird, but
I think that the Jujutsu Kaisen Chainsaw Man team is just, like, having a real bad time with whoever's managing them.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, it's still an overall issue with Mappa as a whole, but, like...
It's an issue with the industry as a whole, but, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Mappa
you don't need to tell me
the most
twice.
prominent example of it.
Yes, it's the most prominent and well-known example.
It's honestly easier to name studios that aren't guilty of it than name ones that are.
Yeah.
Thank God for KyoAni.
Yeah.
KyoAni and Thank You Photoball is also pretty good about this.
Toei's gotten better.
It has also gotten better, yeah.
But yeah, Vinland Saga is absolutely incredible. It gave us a wholesome meme. I have no enemies. I think it gets a lot of points just for that. Spectacular show.
Indeed.
Yeah. I think we can move on to the next season.
Let's move on to spring then. It's the show that's got a second season airing this season in winter. It is The Dangers in My Heart. this
I love these idiots.
This pulled it back so hard from that fucking premiere.
Mm-hmm.
That premiere just felt so sketchy, and it felt so like a show that I was gonna watch 3 episodes of and then dunk at the bottom of my year-end list.
Oh, how the turntables.
And then, yeah, it managed to pull it back around by showing us that no, Kyotaro is just a dumb kid.
He's a chuny middle schooler. Of course he's a moron.
Yeah.
Most middle schoolers
kid.
are morons.
They
as
are.
this show aptly demonstrates.
Yeah. And I think it did a good way of explaining, just why Kyotaro
is like that, yeah.
retreated into this chuny mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And it also does a really good job of starting the process of bringing him back out again.
Mm-hmm.
Do I wish that his male classmates were less terrible? Yes, of course I do. But I also understand that it's actually, unfortunately, a fairly accurate depiction of kids that age.
Oh, it is extremely accurate. Down to the cringiest of cringe levels.
Yeah, it is cringe-inducingly accurate. Which, yeah, I hate a little bit, but I definitely
You can't knock it
but...
for being accurate.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, my biggest problem with this show is how often it uses cringe humor. But
Kinda has to.
again, I understand why it did. It's not a type of humor that I deal especially well with. But the fact of the matter is, the show has more to it than that cringe humor. It has a really sweet relationship between Kyotaro and Anna. And really sweet once you realize that, yeah, Anna is into this little idiot.
They are both terrible, terrible dorks.
Yeah.
To, like, an incredible degree, but damn if that isn't endearing as hell.
Yeah. And just watching, and it's like, it makes you pull your hair out sometimes with how dumb Kyotaro especially is in not realizing that, hey, Anna is actually kind of into him. Like, if I remember correctly, it took Anna repeating her opening line for him to realize that she wanted his line info. Repeating it to somebody else, I should point out.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just there in the background going, oh shit. Is that what she wanted? Oh. My bad.
He a dum-dum.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure he's bright academically, but oh boy, he needs to up his wisdom.
Mm-hmm. His whiz is not good.
I remember I liked Anna's friends, in particular.
Yeah, they were fun.
One of them was really fun for just calling out the fact that Kyotaro and Anna are into each other. Saying was really fucking obvious, because yeah, it's very obvious. But I think that first season ended with Kyotaro finally, like, making the not actually confessing, but making it in his mind of, yeah, I like Anna. So it will be interesting to see where he takes that now.
Indeed.
And meanwhile, Anna's known that she's into him for quite some time and just doesn't know how to get it out.
Because she, like he, is a dumbass, but in a different way.
Yeah, she's quite ditzy in the best way possible.
Yeah. The two are perfect for each other.
Yeah. But yes, I think we can move on now to Dead Mount Deathplay.
show is so good.
This show is some good fun. Also, I came to the realization that this show is also really dumb. Not in like the bad way. It's dumb because freaking Phantom Solitaire just keeps overcomplicating everything for no reason other than he's dumb.
Phantom Solitaire is just such a fun character, though.
He's amazing, but he's also he's he keeps overcomplicating everything and keeps making characters think one thing even though it's not true.
Yeah, because he has no idea what the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
But that leads to such fun shenanigans, you know?
Yeah.
Every single one of these characters is a delightful dumbass.
Yeah.
Except for the few who are actually smart and have an idea as to what's going on.
Yeah.
A singular idea. No one has the full picture.
Mm-hmm. Something I do really like is putting together the corpse god's backstory through the little flashbacks and seeing all the connections he had in his past life. It's just really satisfying to me.
It is. His life was fucking tragic.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up.
Like, he did not deserve to have to go through all that shit.
Yeah.
But he found a family, and he was able to have them for a while before things went to shit again for him.
Yeah. And now he has a new family.
He does.
And he still kind of has his old one. Because,
at least some of them, yeah.
Corpse god.
Yeah. Honestly, though, him just being, like, such a kind soul despite his fierce reputation is just such a good contrast, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of kind souls, I still find it very amusing how Polka is just in the body of a shark plush, and he's just chilling.
Vibing. He's just vibing.
No, he's just happy. He's just happy to be here. He's cool with just, all the crazy anime bullshit that's going on. He's just chilling.
He's just happy to be here, like you said.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that guy has robot arms. That's so cool.
I want robot arms.
Wait, now he's a dragon arm? Ooh.
I do love how he's just like adamant about not being put back in his original body because he wants a robot body, damn it.
Yeah.
So silly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole cast is great. I just love the absolute clusterfuck that develops amongst the various, like, developing relationships and conflicts amongst the overall cast.
Yeah.
I really want another season of this.
I do too. It kinda... I mean, we could talk about it more next time, because we'll be talking about it more anyways. But it kinda had a bit of a non-ending.
It had a very much a to-be-continued type ending, yeah.
Yeah. So, a bit unsatisfying. It worked well enough, but, like, it begs for more.
It needs more. This is from the same guy who did Bakano and Durarara. You know there's going to be a lot of complexities still left unexplored at this stage.
Yeah.
Like, there were, 5 cores worth of material for Durarara, if I recall correctly? Which is insane.
Yes, yeah.
Just absolutely wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, though, really, really solid, really fun show. Lots of insane characters. Begs for another season.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's move on then to Dr. Stone New World.
Speaking of good stuff.
Yeah, as a whole, taking the two cores together, this might have been the best Dr. Stone anime we've seen thus far.
It's up there, for sure. Only thing that really compares is, the latter half of Season 1, I think.
I think so, yeah. And just to give context, I mean, certainly this latter half of the core, of the second core, I've only watched it dubbed with my mum, and again, she's still enjoying it. She's still having fun with it, which I'm very happy with. And you know, it speaks to Dr. Stone as a whole, and its quality. There have been a couple of moments from this season that I think probably hit harder in the manga, but they still hit pretty hard. I think the moment that probably hit harder than it did in the manga was actually Kohaku and Ginro being petrified.
Yeah. I think the voice acting was what did it.
Yes. But, you know, kudos to the anime they definitely succeeded in making Ibara seem as creepy and overwhelming as possible.
Yeah, they really did. That is some incredible work there.
They definitely didn't let down the manga out there.
Just really good stuff. And honestly, like, the whole storyline just works really well. It does a good job of giving Senku a good antagonist that is a match for him without, like, countering his scientific abilities.
And it's a different kind of antagonist than
Tsukasa, yeah.
With thus far, which is Tsukasa. But even Hyoga, to an extent.
Yeah.
You know, both of them were very physically focused in terms of their threat to the group. Whereas Ibara obviously has the physical threat through sheer weight of numbers, if nothing else. And
he is more imposing than most of the cast as well, to be fair.
And yes, he is. He's fucking huge. And so he managed to loom over people so well. And obviously he has Moz in his pocket to a certain extent as well. But yeah, it's his ability to, you know, to read
plot
things,
and scheme.
To plot and scheme, to read things and plan for things. And that's what made that final battle, where it was just him and Senku and eventually Ryusui, so good and so interesting. Because again, it was more of a mental back and forth than it was physical.
Yeah, a lot of mind games going on there.
So yeah, no, Ibara is a really, really good antagonist. And we are now at the point where, you know, Tsukasa is back, which is great, because his and Senku's dynamic is just very good. We've got a couple of new characters from Treasure Island joining the cast.
Yep.
Oh, Ginro.
I do love how he gets immediately deflated once it turns out for all the hot shit his bodyguard is, he's still not enough.
Yeah. But yeah, Dr. Stone New World is great. Got a season 4 coming, which is supposed to be the final season, so I imagine it'll be another 24 episodes, because there's no way...
I would hope so, because there's a lot left to cover.
Yeah,
there is a lot.
There's no way they can cover what's left in less than 24 episodes.
I'd argue they probably need more than 24, but...
It might be 3 core, honestly.
It could.
Yeah.
I can see that pretty easily.
I think TMS Entertainment has done that before, to be fair, so it's legit possible. And Dr. Stone is is a series that deserves it.
Mhm.
So, but I think we should move on because we're past the 5-minute mark now. We move on to Golden Kamuy Season 4.
I forgot that was this year. Wow, that feels like forever ago.
I know, right? To be fair, it was only like half the season because the other half was in fall of last year.
Yeah.
Of the year before, rather.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
yeah,
still,
no,
more
it's Golden Kamuy. Like, you can't go wrong with Golden Kamuy.
No,
And
not
there
really.
is an upcoming final season that's supposed to cover the rest of the manga, which is wild.
Yeah.
We are getting a full adaptation. I am very excited for that, especially with all the stuff that happened this season.
Mm-hmm. Do we know when that's coming out?
No.
No, we don't.
Okay, good.
The manga is over. The manga
Yes.
did end.
The manga is
Yes,
over.
yeah.
The English translation of the manga should be coming to a close soon as well. I think the final volume comes out this month, which means I'll be able to binge it.
Yes, so will I.
Oh, I might do that too, actually.
Yeah.
The manga is great.
It definitely...
You get such gems, such as the deer fucking dude.
Yeah. That.
Look, I'm not
Jesus
surprised that they
Christ.
cut him out of the anime, but it's still a little disappointing.
It's. I'm surprised what they were able to keep in the anime.
Yeah.
Like the skin dude, for example.
Well, I'm
man, he was
more
weird.
this season specifically. There was a certain horse chase on horseback where.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That quote-unquote shootout, as it were.
Oh my god.
Okay, I don't want to know.
We will not specify, but
It's so funny. It's so funny.
How were they able to do that?
You can't get more insane than Golden Kamuy.
No, you can't.
No.
I don't know what goes on in Satoru Noda's mind, but it is.
It's a thing of beauty.
It is.
It's beautiful.
If Dog's Red gets anywhere near close to the insanity of Golden Kamuy, then we're in for a good time.
It's done some weird stuff. Obviously, nowhere near as weird as Golden Kamuy, but
Yeah. So far, it's a bit more grounded.
yeah. I mean, let me tell you, I was terrified once I realized that, oh god, this is at the time of the 2011 earthquake. Oh no. But yeah, I mean, just from these screenshots alone, I cannot wait to binge this and finish it.
Golden Kamuy is a special story for multiple reasons.
Yep.
Really looking forward to getting a complete adaptation, and looking forward to binging the manga for myself too, and seeing what somehow didn't make the cut, even though a lot of things did make the cut, which I feel shouldn't have been possible, but you know.
The audacity of this show is just wild.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think, Golden Kamuy has a really good dub, and it's historical and it's interesting. Maybe I should show my mum, and then I remember everything that happens in Golden Kamuy. And I go, absolutely not.
No.
No.
Don't watch this with your family, please.
I mean, I still
You could
remember.
maybe watch it with your brother.
Maybe.
But, yeah.
I still remember when I was reading through it for my dissertation, trying to find stuff, remembering how glad I was that my daily chapter allowance on Viz ran out before I got to the deer fucking scene. Because I was doing that research in the library.
Oh,
In my uni library. So there was definitely a case of just checking around whenever I knew something bad was coming up. Of, okay, I'm safe for the time being. Oh no. It
Oh,
is
boy.
such a wild series, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no, it's perfect.
Yeah, Golden Kamuy's great. Final season incoming someday.
Get hype.
Hmm.
Get hype.
Brain's Base is unfortunately working on Firefighter Daigo for the time being.
It's fine. Let them take their time. I don't want them to rush perfection.
No. It will come. It will definitely come.
Yes.
Let them come.
Which is something that every Golden Kamuy character has said at some point.
There's so much innuendo.
In exactly the context that you would expect.
Mm-hmm. That's so good.
But we should probably move on to our next big shonen offering. It is Hell's Paradise. I've not finished the manga. I still think the Gabimaru memory thing is bullshit.
Oh.
Yeah, that tracks. Most amnesia plots are. It's rare that that's handled well, if I'm being honest. Like, amnesia is a very tricky trope to begin with, and most authors do not have the strength to thread that needle.
I feel like it's just a plot device to, like, show off, oh, it can be dangerous if you overuse your Tau. It didn't work very well. But Hell's Paradise as a whole is still a pretty good show.
Mm-hmm. The animation is consistently on point, and the characters are all really good.
Unfortunately, my favorite boy center died, but
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
alas, he is not the only one of my favorite boys from this series to die.
Hold on. Oh, darn it. I don't have In the Arms of the Angel.
But
Oh, if only.
But yeah, it's a good dark fantasy series. It's got a pretty good sense of humor when it wants, when it needs to be, but it also doesn't hold back from anything. And better yet, it's got Junichi Suwabe voicing like half a dozen people.
Junichi Suwabe is just so good.
How does he do it?
I don't know.
And yeah, he made them all sound pretty distinct from each other.
It's on. I was absolutely floored when I found out he was voicing all of them.
Yeah, and obviously, let's give a shout out to Yuko Kaida as well as the female voice of the whatchamacallums.
Yeah. We'll just call them Immortals for now.
Yeah, the Immortals. I can't remember what they're called. But like, she also does a really fucking good job.
Again, I could not tell that was just two voice actors doing all of them.
I could
Like,
tell with
impressive.
Suwabe. I could tell with Suwabe because I know Suwabe, I know his voice, and I hear it often enough that I can go, that's motherfucking Junichi Suwabe. But, you know, there is still definitely an element of, damn, his vocal range is really good in this show. And yeah, the dynamic between Gabimaru and Sagiri is great. I like most of the other
Simon.
most of the other Simon, most of the other criminals. The only two that I really don't like are the Chobe and Toma.
They feel a bit one note at this stage, at least.
I mean, I fucking love Gantetsusai and Fuchi. I love them and their dynamic.
They're great. They're great.
And obviously, Senta and Yuzuriha have a really good dynamic. Yuzuriha and Sagiri have a really good dynamic. Shion is great. I liked the subversion that they pulled of, no, it's actually the protege who dies, not the mentor.
Yeah, that is a neat subversion.
And I am knowing who is coming, I am looking for, or knowing now the new Asaimon that have landed on the island, I am looking forward to seeing them. And they are, if I remember correctly, they are 2 fan favorites in the manga.
I'm not shocked.
For very different reasons.
Interesting.
But yeah, if I remember correctly, we are about halfway through. I mean, the manga is only 13 volumes.
Oh damn!
And if I remember correctly, we are getting a second season. So
yes, we are, which is basically just a second core, but
Well, it is a second season if it's separated by enough time, I think. Like, split core is just a wonky thing because of production schedules and airing schedules.
Yeah, but also Mappa.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first season ended with chapter 44, and there's 127. So maybe enough for 3 seasons actually.
Yeah.
But that
sounds about right.
There's also a lot of fighting in that last stretch, if I remember correctly. So maybe not. I don't know.
Hard to say.
We will have to see. But otherwise, Hell's Paradise, very very good action series, and a necessary one for that season. I think in that season full of rom-coms and slice of life.
Oh boy.
But let's move on to another one of those rom-coms, because it is Insomniacs After School.
This was a very different vibe from the other rom-coms, and I really liked it.
It was a lot chiller, I would say.
A lot more meditative, I think.
Yeah. And
would be a good way to put it.
And that's all about the premise that it has, which is that these 2 kids have insomnia, and they often find themselves together when the rest of the world is asleep. And so it very much allows for them both to be quiet and to be contemplative, and especially Isaki, who is much more boisterous than Ganta. During the daylight hours, she is a lot different, at night when she isn't able to get sleep.
I do like how it digs deep into the roots of their anxiety, of their insomnia, and what realm of anxiety that comes from.
Yes, so Ganta's was his mum abandoning him and his dad, and Isaki's is health-related, which may or may not still be around. There were some ominous comments, okay?
Based on what they said, it seems like it's more her anxiety of it being an issue rather than it necessarily becoming an issue in and of itself.
I know, I just worry.
I don't blame you.
As I said, there were just some ominous comments here and there that made me go, what? Okay, you sound like you're dying soon, which makes me feel upset. Please don't be dying soon.
The fact that I could get you so invested in the characters is a good thing, though.
Yeah, and not to mention, the supporting cast is also really good. Shiramaru, Kurashiki, Isaki's friends, Ukigawa. Love Ukigawa. He's just a good dude. Shiramaru just being absolutely done with having to be a third wheel for them.
Yeah.
And yeah, we ended on a confession, which I think was the only one of the season. Certainly out of the big ones that we were watching.
Yeah.
There might have been one in another another series that we didn't watch, but certainly out of the ones that I
It
remember.
wasn't the only one. There's an Yamada-kun was also.
Oh god, yes, Yamada-kun did as well. Fuck, I forgot about that. I forgot that it did actually end on the confession. Yeah.
I think it's because you blazed past that point in the manga.
Maybe a little bit, yeah. And I would have done it for Insomniacs if Viz weren't such bastards.
This has like most of the chapters missing.
Does it? Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just as fucked as you are.
Wow, that
in that regard.
That would have sucked to find out as well.
You're welcome. But yes, still very good. I might just have to go an alternative route to read more.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
I do like rum, but unfortunately I'm going dry this month.
But yeah, I mean, Insomniacs was really good.
Mm-hmm.
The animation was never spectacular, but the artwork was very good.
Oh yeah, especially like the still images, like, or rather like the artwork for like
Whenever
the
they showed
panoramas, basically.
There were some times when they showed the night sky, and it was just superb.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the artwork was exceedingly good, and the characters were also really good, and the vibes were immaculate.
Yeah. Characters were really good, and it was just a nice chill time. Moving on to something that was less of a chill time, we move on to Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury Part 2.
No, what do you mean? It was perfectly chill.
They even got married. Good for them.
They did, and Bamco tried to hide this shit, but no, it was confirmed officially. Screw you, Bamco.
Yeah, fuck those suits.
You can't beat the gays.
Mm-hmm. They stay winning.
But yeah, no. Very, very good show overall. Some pacing issues here and there, but I think it's
I do
stuck the
feel like the
landing.
ending was a tad rushed, but other than that, I thought the show was excellent.
Yeah, it stuck the landing. It gave me what I wanted.
Yeah.
We got some good mecha action here too. I can't complain too much.
Yeah, most of my issues were like a few endgame issues with characters being dumb or the ending being a bit rushed. I do wish we got more episodes overall of this. That would have fixed a lot. It'd also just been nice to have more time with these characters.
Yeah, I heard some people saying that it should have gotten a whole other season. I really don't think so. I think did.
It was pretty good with what we got. If it got like an additional core or maybe just like a few OVAs, that would have helped. But
yeah, I think at most it only needs like it could have only used a few episodes, maybe. I think preferably maybe there was stuff you could actually maybe cut that honestly didn't really need to be there that would have benefited the show in the long run. But hard to say. I can't make anime, so making anime is hard. So I know that the production on this show was hell. So I can't be too harsh.
The production may have been hell, but that doesn't mean the people working on it didn't love it, because that art book, though, which sold out in apparently less than a day.
Yeah, I still see fan art for this series to this day. Pretty much every day, all the time.
I mean, the staff had to put their all into the artwork so that they could make absolutely clear that these two girls are gay as fuck, and no executive can change that.
Yes.
Precisely.
Yes, yeah.
Because executives are
super gay.
cowards.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
super cowards. Just how ridiculous that was, though, that they thought they could try and pull that when, like, one of the clearest examples of a queer couple.
Yeah.
Like,
They were engaged in episode 1.
Like, and again, there's both visual and verbal confirmation that they are married in the epilogue. Like, How clever do you have to be to deny that?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Well, joke's on them.
Grow
it didn't
up!
work.
Mm-hmm. Absolute clown behavior. But what else is new?
Yeah. No, this show's great. It also did the franchise some favors too. They sold hella Gunpla from this.
Oh yeah.
The Gundam made a lot of money from this show, and I think that says a lot.
It brought in a surprisingly powerful demographic, Yuri fans,
and it also made some more Gundam fans. So that's all you could really ask for with a new entry. So
I think this is like the biggest influx of new people since besides Iron Blood Orphans, even more so than Iron Blood Orphans. Yeah, no, this is extremely good.
Yeah, it's a great show. Maybe fumbled just a little bit, but it stuck the landing. It gave everyone a new ship that they love drawing, apparently, and they sold a lot of model kits. There's some great Gundam designs in this. Absolutely great Gundam designs.
My one big disappointment with the Gundam designs is one of the best looking Gundam was piloted by an absolute fucking clown.
Yes. Apparently that happens often in this franchise. So that is a common occurrence. So
very unfortunate.
A shame, but you know. No, fantastic show. I'm very satisfied with it.
Good. Let's move on then to number 3 of the 4 rom-coms. It is My Love Story with Yamada-kun at level 999.
The face game in this one was on point.
It was very good, yeah. It was very good.
There's a lot of strong face game this year, last year, but like face game in this one it was quite on point.
Akane is a wonderful mess of a person.
Yes.
That does not change in the manga, let me tell you now.
Good. I wouldn't have her any other way.
Very good.
Yeah. I mean, this was obviously the central relationship between Akane and Yamada, very good. Built well.
The supporting cast was also very good.
But yes, the supporting cast was also excellent. You know, you had Best Boy Eita, Best Boy Takizo, and, you know, other really good supporting characters like Runa, Momoko, Yukari, you know. If I remember correctly, my one down or negative note for this show is that I just wish there was a little bit more in-game stuff.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit more in the manga, but I think I've come to realize that it's not necessarily the game is not necessarily the focus of the series, which is not a bad thing. It's used to facilitate stuff, and that's pretty much it. But honestly,
it's a pretty good engine for facilitation.
Yeah, Yamada-kun does well enough at it that it works. And you know, we get some really good stuff with yeah, I mean, I always come back to how seriously Runa sending Akane to meet this random guy was treated. Because in a lot of other series, that would have just been a joke. And it would have been, oh, Runa, how could you do that sort of thing? But
you little rascal, you.
Yeah. But Eita, who has a self-confessed sister complex, goes, no, that's fucked up. Do you not realize how much danger you put Akane in with this? And
It's a shitty stunt, basically.
And while the dude ended up being relatively benign, that doesn't change the fact that it was a shit thing to do.
No, she was put in actual danger.
Yeah. So, like as I said, I just always come back to that moment of, wow, okay, the show gets it.
Yeah.
And yes, there's a little bit of, over the fact that Yamada is a high schooler, but he's 18.
It's fine. It's
18.
It's slightly icky, but it's fine.
He's 18. He's mature, and Akane really isn't.
Yeah, she is. She is just a child.
And
She is absolutely a disaster.
To be brutally honest, let's look at the power dynamics in this relationship. Who do you think's on top? It's not.
Yeah,
it's not Akane.
Not Akane.
Yeah.
It's not her. So like I can understand that there's a little bit of ickiness there, but I think the show does a good enough job of
bouncing it out.
Yeah. And to be fair, by the time that Akane and Yamada are actually together properly, he's all but done with high school anyway. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's an adult, and she's not much older than he is, so
yeah.
they can work it out.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, Yamada-kun is very good. And yeah, it's very good. You got some very good characters. Really enjoyed it. Let's move on then to Oshi no Ko.
There are a lot of people who are calling this an anime of the year contender, and it's hard to disagree with that assessment.
No, the only reason I'm in. There are a lot of good shows this year. That's the thing.
That is the thing. It's a very strong year, but this is definitely an easy top 10 show of the year, in my opinion.
In my opinion, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. But we got a lot of good stuff this year, so.
Clear your throat a bit, Mill. You trying to you got a cold or something?
Just that I do not share your opinion on Oshi no Ko.
Do I need to pull out my pitchfork?
I think you should probably get the pitchforks and torches ready, yeah. I've not ranked it anywhere near as highly as the two of you.
Burn the witch. Burn the witch.
Oh yeah, that also came out the other day. Burn the Witch.
Oh yeah. Huh.
I don't think it's a bad show by any stretch.
You just think it's overhyped? Is that it?
I think there's there's definitely an element of that. It was hyped up so much before it came out for me that it was never going to be able to actually pull it off. I think Aqua is not a great main character.
Oh, he's kind of a piece of shit, but that is the point.
I think he's a good main character. I think he's a bad person.
He's a okay. He's definitely
that
a
is
bad
my
person.
assessment as well.
I think the mileage.
He is at best a very.
I think the mileage may vary on his abilities as a protagonist. I don't think he's a bad protagonist, but I don't think he's one that I can watch for extended periods and go, yeah, I'm enjoying myself with this.
That's fair. He does some messed up shit.
Yeah, he is kind of a shitty person. Not gonna lie. He does some good things here and there, but that doesn't make him any less of kind of a shitty person.
Yeah.
And it's all the more frustrating that Ruby is right there as a, honestly, I feel like, better protagonist.
He does get more focused later on in the manga, but we're not going to see that until like late season 2 stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that final arc of the show, the idol arc, was really fun. I really liked the dynamics between Ruby, Memcho, and Kana. Especially just Kana having to balance out Ruby and Memcho's disaster energy.
Kana is such a great character, honestly.
Yeah, Kana's delightful. She's
Kana
one of
having
my
to
favorites.
balance it out while also reining in her own disaster energy.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Just looking at these two idiots and going, oh god, I actually have to be competent and serious here. Oh boy, this is not gonna be this is not gonna be easy. Okay. And yeah, I think Aqua does a good job as a supporting role in that arc, but you know, and I think and again, when he's supporting in rebuilding Akane's reputation, that works well. As I said, just when he's the central focus, I just don't know how well it works.
I get
and
that.
that's fair.
There's obviously also the uncomfortableness of Akane's arc, where
yeah, no, it's rough.
it goes super in depth into that, and part of me thinks it's not necessary, but part of me is really glad that they actually shined a light onto that.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't do shit considering fucking fans went after the dub cast, but in a similar vein. But
No, it's actually worse than that, because some fans went after the family of the person who inspired that storyline for complaining about how it was handled.
oh yeah, that as well.
It's extremely shitty to do.
Let me just get her name up again because it needs to be said. Controversy. Hana Kimura. Yep.
Yeah, her mother complained about the handling of that particular arc and what she was consulted before they put it to air.
I'm not even sure if it's necessarily the handling of it and just the fact that it was just so similar to what happened with Hana Kimura.
I think that's it, yeah.
But yeah, like, which is totally understandable, you know.
Yeah, yeah, no.
Absolutely.
Like there is a point to be made about like the ethics of using real life tragedies as inspiration for art like this. But
and I think
at the same time, like, she has every right to be mad about this.
And there's also an element of it happening so soon afterwards. I mean, I don't know necessarily when the arc was done in the manga, but you know, Hana Kimura only died in 2020.
The arc in the manga was like late. I think it was like late 2020.
So yeah, I can absolutely understand, you know, the fact that it is so fresh, and still, as far as I know, nothing has been done. So I think
the studio maybe issued a statement and that's it. Maybe.
So I can absolutely understand that. But you know, as I said, I'm glad that spotlight was shined on it, even if shitty media literacy means that it's not going to be taken in the way it should be. And I'm also, you know, shout out to High Dive for
that content warning.
For the content warning and putting the suicide prevention lifeline phone number up. Like, genuine shout out to them for that, because it's not always done when it should be.
Oh yeah.
And I'll be mentioning something similar later down the line. But yeah, no, absolutely props to High Dive for that. But yeah, I didn't hate Oshi no Ko, and I didn't dislike it. It did probably, you know, fall short compared to the expectations that were put upon it. but you know, a lot of shows do when that level of expectations are put on. There are very few shows that manage to live up to the amount of hype that Oshinoko got. So it's not.
I will also say that season 2 will also adapt some of the most fan favorite material. So.
Oh yeah, it'll have some of the best material.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely gonna give season 2 a watch when it comes out. Which, do we have a date for that one?
No.
No.
I-
2024 it says, so at some point this year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Doga Kobo. Which
Yeah.
didn't necessarily help because they have a history, let's say,
They have a very mixed track record.
of focusing on some weird stuff.
Yeah.
All that needs to be said about that for now without derailing.
Yeah.
But we are well past 5 minutes, so let's move on to
Something a bit more lighthearted.
the final of the 4 rom-coms. It is Skip and Loafer.
This is just such a fun show.
This show's great.
Mitsumi is a gem.
Absolutely.
She's a real standout protagonist.
And you know, she absolutely doesn't carry this show because the supporting cast is excellent in its own right, as is Sosuke as the co-protagonist. But
she does make the show.
yeah, like her energy and her personality just allows the show to shine. And part of it is because it's of what she does for the other characters. You know, Yuzuki, she allows to not just be this, you know, popular pretty girl. You know, Makoto, she brings into a friend group. You know, she lets her interact. You know, Mika is a little bit of a weird one, but if nothing else, through Mitsumi, Mika met best girl Now-chan, who is helping her through her own, you know, insecurities. And obviously, you know, Sosuke, she is just, you know, bringing him out of the funk that he's been in since both his childhood and the incident that basically ended his professional acting career.
Mitsumi is basically like the beacon of the whole cast. That kind of acts as a guide to.
I mean, there's a
more fulfilling social life.
I mean, there's you know, there's a bit in the OP where Mitsumi is sat at her desk and gradually everyone gathers around her desk, and that is, you know, really good imagery for what happens in the show. I am as caught up on the manga as I can be based on my high seas sailing, and it just gets better as it goes. There is still no definite confirmation as to what form the relationship between Mitsumi and Sosuke is, which is interesting.
Curious.
But, you know, thus far it doesn't matter. What I will say is I think Ririka kind of dragged the show down a little bit in that second half because she's kind of an awful person.
Oh, absolutely, she's an asshole.
And I'm not sure whether the show really took a stand as to how she should be considered, I guess. Because she's tortured Sosuke for a mistake that's all her own fault. And yeah, that's just bad. But on the whole, it's an absolutely fantastic show. and I
Yep.
can't speak highly enough to it. Is there anything either of you have to say for this, or?
I think they did a pretty good job summing it up.
Yeah,
It's a really fun show.
Show's
Mitsumi is a
spectacular. Watch it. I want season 2.
Mitsumi is a fantastic protagonist. The whole cast is great. Fun show. Absolutely delightful.
Please, PA Works, give us a season 2.
Please.
Please.
Moving on, though, to our penultimate spring show. It is Stella of the Theater, World Star.
World Star! Sorry.
I genuinely loved this show. I really liked the character stuff it did. I genuinely think it has one of the... I think I gave it best ensemble in spring. Because it gives every character something, and the something is good. You know, we get episode... We got the episode with Chisa and Panda, which went into their backstory, which was really good. Obviously, Katarina has her whole thing. Yai's pair of episodes where, you know, Coconut had to basically outact her to help her. And obviously, the main central point of Coconut and Shizuka's, you know, at first kind of toxically codependent almost.
Yeah, kinda.
You know, Coconut relying on Shizuka too much, and Shizuka coming to that realization and thinking that the best or the only way to, you know, fix it is to disappear herself. When that's not the case. And beyond that, the acting scenes are just so spectacular. Like, the animation in this show is not, like, stunning. But what they do is the animation during the acting scenes just seems so much more detailed and fluid, which makes the actual, you know, the movements the characters are doing seem that much more deliberate, and therefore, you know, feels like a more real, you know, performance as a result. I mean, I still remember the performance of Aladdin that was put on, that Coconut put on after she made her first real breakthrough. And I remember the Phantom of the Opera performance that was really, really good. That basically took up the entire last episode. And especially that last one, you know, it was allowed to stand on its own merits for the most part, which is, you know, a leap of faith, but it's one that worked really well, and really got across. I think, you know, the whole sense system was a very soft magic system, and considering
there are worse soft magic systems out there,
there
being
are,
honest.
But because, you know, the whole thing between Shizuka and Coconut was such a central point, it did bring the show down a little bit in that sense of, okay, what exactly is going on? I mean, in the end, I think it managed to just about stick that landing, but there was definitely some cute confusion. But, you know, I remember so much from the show, and so much of it is fond memories, you know. That first reaction to what the fuck Shizuka's deal was, you know. the reaction to Aladdin, the reaction to the Phantom of the Opera, you know, that sort of stuff was. So again, this is a show I genuinely do recommend. It's really good. But let's move on to a show, the final show of spring, and it's a doozy.
Yeah?
It's one that's very difficult to talk about for a number of reasons.
Move on to Tengoku Daimakyo Heavenly Delusion. At some point, I'm probably going to have to put up the red flag to signify a worrisome discussion, a potentially...
Just do it right now.
Yeah,
let's rip off the Band-Aid.
So, with this red flag, we are going to be talking about rape and sexual assault, so if that is something you do not want to hear, mute now, and we will take off the red flag when we are done to signify we are done talking about it.
We'll try not to linger on it too long, but
Yeah.
it is a necessary discussion.
Because, yeah, that last bit just dragged this show down so much.
It does not handle it in the best way at all.
So unnecessary to include.
Yeah, it just feels like an unnecessary complications, an unnecessary route for the story to take.
Like the point,
And
the point of the plot point is to make Kiriko question herself and question her
question their
identity.
Yeah.
And that absolutely could have been done with psychological torture over, rape. 2 days of rape.
Yeah.
Not the best handling at all.
It wasn't. And part of it is because it's at the end of the show, and so we don't get to see how the show necessarily dealt with the fallout.
That's the thing. Like, this is the last thing you remember about this show.
Yeah.
And that's
It's
so
not good.
depressing.
Yeah, it's not a good way to. At least there is the minor consolation of the resolution of the show, just having having Kiriko successfully escaping and having shithead McGee get the shit kicked out of him. But it's small comfort compared to how it's overall handled.
Yeah.
And I'm calling him shithead McGee because I'm not dignifying by using his actual name.
Fair enough. Do we want to take the red flag off now, then?
Yeah.
I think we're done, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's the other thing. There's so much good about this show. Because,
it's absolutely gorgeous.
Very well animated. There were some iffy parts between Maru and Kiriko's dynamic, but when it was good, it was very good. The stuff in the fucking Promised Neverland world was very interesting, especially as it became more and more apparent that this was set, a couple of decades before the Maru and Kiriko stuff. And oh boy, what a retrospective realization that the Usami stuff, which was hard-hitting in and of itself, realizing that Usami was Shiro and the girl was Mimihime.
Absolutely heartbreaking stuff there.
So, that lands so well.
And it's a good
senses.
twist because it's well obfuscated.
Yeah. And the coming realization that yes, Maru is Tokyo's kid. Again, these are all reveals really well done that results in in well engendered emotion, and it is just a shame of how the show ended up ending.
That final arc was just like the one sour grape in a thing full of like really good sweet grapes, basically.
The fucking bear scene. I loved the bear scene. The bear scene
was so fucking
funny.
Bear scene's great.
Fucking Maru trying to use his move on the bear and giving it fatal dive, this dumb fucking name, and it doesn't work, and everyone, including the bear, just looks up. It's like, huh? It's so
silly.
funny. But yeah.
Show could have handled that final stretch so much better.
It really could have. I really wish it had. But we are at the 5-minute point now, so I think we should probably move on. We'll sum it up and say this was a good show that just had some issues, and
it was unfortunately marred by its concluding arc.
Very definitely marred by it. But we should move now on to the summer shows.
Before we move on to summer, but real quick, just wanted to shout out to Uma Musume Road to the Top. It wasn't included here because it's like 4 episodes and there's not that much to really talk about with it. But I just wanted to shout it out because that was one of my favorites this past year.
Understandable.
Very good. So
I mean, if we're just doing a quick shout out for shows that we weren't able to discuss, I mean, for winter, Ippon Again for me was a really good show. That I unfortunately had to leave off the list because I was the only one to watch it.
I know that was a painful cut for you.
It was a bit of a painful cut. I had to choose between it and Tsurune, which was a very, very difficult choice. But
speaking of cuts, I'm not the most happy with, but I accept because I'm the only one who watched it. I did really like Ice Sky from Winter, and there were a couple other shows like spring and summer as well, like that I wanted to mention. Tonikawa we had to cut as well for
Tonikawa, time. I'm okay with cutting that because it was mostly a static season. There wasn't a huge amount of progress. The one that I'm honestly surprised nobody fought for, Birdie Wing Season 2.
I mean, look, we've talked a lot about Birdie Wing. I don't think there's much else we could really say about it. Plus, the second half, I don't think was as strong as the first half. It was still very good, but
there were issues that unfortunately, kind of made it less desirable to talk about beyond what we already talked about.
Yeah, it's still great. Still highly recommend, but you know, we talked about it plenty. We gave it its due. You know.
Speaking of Yuri, we should also shout out quickly Yuri Is My Job for being quite the sapphic soap opera.
Yeah, that wet places that I didn't expect.
Also, just one last one. Michael's first friend for being absolutely adorable.
Oh yeah. No, that one as well. And speaking of wholesome, Otaku Elf was also very nice. But yes, that's all the winter and spring missed shows.
There won't be as many for summer because summer was dry as fuck again. But
speaking of which,
moving on then to Dark Gathering.
However, this show is a banger.
The show has some immaculate horror vibes. Like holy shit.
This show's spectacular. We could talk about like a lot of the later stuff that happens next time, since we'll be talking about it anyways. But overall, this show is just a great horror time.
If you're down for a thrill, give this one a go for sure. Also, just like the character dynamics are really good.
Yes.
Love Keitaro just absolutely getting dragged in at first and just having a terrible time.
His growth overall is fantastic, though. Like he grows so much, and he becomes very independent by the end. He's still, scared as all hell, but he's
understandable, honestly.
Yeah, but he's also like someone has to be. I mean,
I feel like it there needs to be one of those characters for the show's,
There
horror
has to be
work.
a Shaggy and or Scooby.
Yeah, because otherwise, if all of the characters are just no-selling it, then you're gonna no-sell it. You're just gonna be like,
We can't have everyone be Fred.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these characters aren't scared, so why the fuck should I be scared?
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
no, Keitaro is just a great character overall, and I've loved his growth. I mean, all the characters of this are pretty great. Honestly, if I had one complaint, we didn't get a lot of I really liked I, and there's plot reasons why we didn't get a lot of her, but I would have liked more of her.
I hope this gets another season because, they set up a really good hook for more material to come, and I want to see what is to come.
Yeah, like the latter half of this show is basically build up to that big clash that we just don't get yet, which is a shame. I mean, the journey there has been fantastic, but I want to see the big fight.
I wonder if the manga's at that point yet, or if it's still working its way to that.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
The manga is
no
still
idea.
ongoing. It started in 2019, which I now realize is coming close to 5 years ago.
Wow.
So it's on volume 14. I don't know what that is in terms of chapter count, but the anime
depends on if it's a monthly. If it's a monthly, that's probably around 56.
I believe it is a monthly because it's in Jump Square. Yeah.
So it's probably around somewhere in the high 50s to low 60s in terms of chapter count then.
Yeah, and the anime apparently ended at chapter 34.
Oh damn. So there might not be enough material for another season yet.
To be
Interesting.
fair, it was a 2-core.
It was a 2-core, which is I am appreciative of.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see, but yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this.
As did I.
We got good horror for once, and while it did kind of become more action horror, it never lost its vibes at all. Some genuinely chilling stuff.
Honestly, when it comes to horror, action horror is the sweet spot for me.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It wasn't for me, but I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, this is not for everyone. There's some weird stuff in this. There's some gruesome stuff in this. So
I mean, it's a horror. So what else were you expecting?
Yeah, of course. But this doesn't shy away from a lot of stuff. Just saying. So, but yeah, great show overall.
All right, let's move on then to our next show, which is Helck.
Helck, I need somebody. Helck.
This show.
So good.
This is a fantastic story. I need more. The manga's luckily finished, so
apparently it's adapted precisely 2/3 of the manga, give or take. So if this got another season, it would be enough to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Which is I'm very annoyed that it didn't get an adaptation announcement for the final season.
Yeah, I hope that does happen. If not, then I will read the manga for this, just because it's so good. Also, because the adaptation wasn't amazing.
The animation could use some work at several points. Yes.
Yeah, animation's not great. Honestly, the music and voice acting carry it.
Oh yeah, no, those music stings were always really good.
Some good old
was
bagpipes.
Great. Yep. Just absolutely great. And
so
it really sold the tragedy of the overall story.
Yeah.
The anime ended at chapter 70, and there are 106 chapters.
Oh, so almost exactly a third. 2/3 2/3 total. Adapted.
I fucking
Yeah,
love
there's
this
great
website.
comedy in this, some great tragedy in this. Helck's backstory broke me. That was
Oh my god.
my god.
That poor man.
It's and what happens later?
Just absolute heartbreaking stuff.
But the relationship between Helck and Vermilio has been fantastic as well.
The two have just such a delightful dynamic.
Yes.
Also, I love Azdora. He's just so fucking funny.
Oh, he's delightful. He's also a badass. So
He is a badass, but damn if he isn't funny.
yeah,
It's like that whole bit of him, like, Helck is like, oh, he must have been shouting goodbye to me, and it's just like, no, he tripped his own traps and injured himself.
I do love when the funny, goofy character is also like one of the most capable ones in the room.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's always great. But yeah, this show is like an excellent blend of comedy and drama.
And just good fantasy, honestly.
It's nice to have like an actual original fantasy that isn't an isekai.
Yeah.
Like, there are the occasional good isekai, but I would appreciate more just like regular fantasy every now and then. Just saying. But yeah. Watch Helck.
Yes.
With that,
Or read it.
Yes.
we'll read it. Let's move on to Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2.
So we've talked about this a lot since this was 2 cores and had a lot of content covered. So we will probably need to be brief.
We'll also be talking about it more later. But
Maybe this is due to how I watched it, in that I binged the last 7 episodes. But I was not 100% on board with all of it.
really,
Is it because of how much stuff goes on in that span?
I think it's honestly how much Mappa extended some of the fights. Some bits of it I liked. Toto's idol sequence, that's fucking great.
That was perfect.
that was great.
That was perfect.
Absolutely flawless.
But, for example, the Sukuna versus Maharaga fight.
Oh yeah,
I honestly
that
think
one was a
that
bit gratuitous.
I think that was kind of a disservice to either one of them, really.
It was basically like a matter of like raw spectacle at that stage.
Yeah,
it felt gratuitous, and at a time when we are all just so aware of how hard the animators are having to work, it felt unnecessary.
I think that's fair. I personally adored that fight. I
was a
wouldn't
good
change
fight.
anything about it, but I don't think you're necessarily wrong either.
It was good. It was just like, I wouldn't call it the best fight in this part of the Jujutsu Kaisen season, in no small part because like it didn't have like any of the emotional stakes that any of the better fights in the
We're also
season did.
spoiled for choice in general with fights in this show.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lots of good fights.
Yeah.
I also think that, I don't know, it felt, because of the pace everything was going, and obviously again in manga you control the pace at which you go through the chapters, and I read quickly. It is one of
A blessing and a curse.
It is a blessing and a curse. It is something that I consider one of my main strengths. And as a result, Shibuya just feels hectic, and you almost don't know what's going on in a good way. Like, everything just feels like it's happening so quickly. I didn't get that sense from the anime. Because, obviously you have to move at the anime's pace, and the extended fights, sometimes well, sometimes, in my opinion, not. And
I do think it was overall a very strong section of the story, but it had its issues even in the manga form.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it's still like one of the best arcs in the series.
Yeah. I do think that you binging it did hurt your opinion of it a fair bit.
Look, it probably didn't help that A, I binged it, and B, it was the last show that I binged. So I was coming off several days of watching.
Yeah,
You
because
know,
JJK was such a treat to just have a new episode every week. It's like, all right, who's fighting this week? You know, you just watch it. It's great. It's done. You move on with the rest of your day. You wait for next week. Watch it. You're done. You know, I think it's a lot more digestible
do you think,
that way.
like, when you do your end of season binges, maybe you should just alternate between shows,
Maybe.
to disrupt that momentum?
I have to do that with some shows, depending on what they are.
I
You
think
do
it
that with
also
like
didn't-
sketch comedy shows, especially.
It also didn't help that obviously the main part of those last 7 episodes is the Yuji et al. Versus Mahito fight,
Mahito.
which
And that's a brutal one.
To be brutally honest, was dragged out in the manga.
Yeah.
That was a fight that I vividly remember just going, when the fuck is this gonna end? They just They just keep introducing characters to the fight to get taken out.
As a side note, fuck Mahito, of course.
Oh yeah, absolute fuck Mahito. The other thing that there were a couple of changes. I mean, like spoiler warning, I guess, but you know, Nanami's death scene. I feel like it worked better in the manga where Mahito was in front of him and Yuji was coming from the side.
I kind of get that, but at the same time, I do like how the anime paced it better. Because it's very sudden in the manga.
Yeah.
But yes.
I think both approaches have value.
Yeah, they each have their merit. It's overall still like the choreography and the personal stakes in that fight sequence are excellently handled. But yeah, the fight is a very long one.
God.
Mahito just is a cockroach.
He is a cockroach, and it is so satisfying to finally see him get squished.
That said, one bit where I did like that they extended it was Choso getting to fight Kenjaku.
Oh, that was great.
Yes. That went hard for no reason.
Yeah.
It went hard for no reason, but it was fun.
That was something I could approve of, and I'm so happy to see my tired, depressed boy Yuta back again.
Oh yeah, Yuta's back again, and he's here to kill Yuji! Yay!
Okay.
We'll
see how that goes.
Yeah, I love Yuta, and I am always happy to get more Megami Ogata.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no. Megami Ogata is a fantastic VA.
No, I'm always happy to hear more of them. But yeah, I think we should probably move on. So,
yep.
Move from one sequel to another with The Misfit of Demon King Academy Season 2.
I was going to talk more about this if Nmbr had watched it, but suffice to say, I do think it's a very good sequel. A very good sequel to the first season, and it continues with the fun, over-the-top shenanigans of the previous season. And also, it does a lot to deepen the overall lore of the story and the backstory of the protagonist, which always is nice. Yeah, it also does a good job of like tackling the fantasy racism in a interesting way.
Good.
After the Tengoku Daimakyo discussion, you ending with really worried me a little bit.
Oh no, it did not do. Actually,
I know, and it would not have made sense based on the series that I know Misfit is. But as I said, just because it was in my head from the Heavenly Delusion discussion, there was just a part of me that went, okay, no, it's not, okay.
I don't know. The closest it comes is basically having a pushy Zeus type being getting very firmly rejected by way of sword.
Good. I hope he was given an enema with it.
Well, he was effectively just eventually turned into a fly and destroyed, so that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, good stuff.
Yeah, I really want to watch it. I couldn't make time for it, unfortunately.
I don't blame you. It's been a pretty busy end of the year, but hey, this season's looking pretty dry. Maybe you'll have some time.
Not only that, I am intentionally like keeping my list short for this season so that I can watch and play and just read other things.
Smart.
I'm not burned out, but I'm getting dangerously close to that after this season. So I need room to breathe. You know.
I am in a similar boat, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I love anime.
We're all burning out a little bit on seasonal anime.
Okay, good. It's not just me. It's just there's just so much. It's
a
you
lot.
know.
To be
Sometimes
fair,
it's nice to have a dry season.
We've for sure.
We've been doing this for
all been going at seasonal anime for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. It's nice to have a slow season every now and then, just so that doesn't burn you out. But we should move on to something that you two are going to be talking about quite a bit.
Oh, it's time for gushing to occur, because we move on to Mix Meisei Story Season 2. Oh, I fucking love this series.
Mix is incredibly good.
It's so good. I would say this is a show that managed to didn't improve, but it just kept the momentum going from season 1.
Yes. And then abruptly rips your heart out towards the end of the season.
It pulls the Adachi heart rip very well. Very, very well, because God, it doesn't quite come out of nowhere, because there are just little bits that make you go, oh, what's going on? Oh no.
Yeah, what happened? Where is he?
And yeah, and then just that final reveal of, yep, he dead.
Yeah.
Just crushing.
Yeah.
And then they have the goal to take him out of the fucking OP.
I still I cannot believe they actually did it, but
yeah,
they did it.
Yeah,
I was joking when I said that.
So funny that they did, but so
yeah.
Bad.
That's so mean.
Yeah. Obviously, because Mita the Pitcher graduated last season, it means the main rival is now Akai the Elder, which really does, which works because I think Toma does take more of a starring role in this season.
Yes. Yeah,
especially
I think so
especially
too.
in that latter part. I mean, obviously we get the pitcher's duel between Toma and Nishimura, which is great.
Yes,
Nishimura is...
that was spectacular.
They had to do some reputation repair on Nishimura because he's been portrayed as such a loser throughout the entire show. They did have to remind us, actually, no, he is actually a really good pitcher. And yeah, eventually he does lose. But the one... well, there are two, I would say, negatives for this season. One is the focus on Harada, which does probably work in the end, I would say, but boy, does it take a while getting there.
Yeah. They a bit too slow and a bit too much of it, honestly.
And to be fair, it might just be a case of we're not the target audience for that storyline.
Yeah, that's also true. But
And
also, at the same time, it also has to be kind of frustrating. Like, you know who this character is, and
Yeah.
he doesn't know who he is,
Yeah.
and you just have to watch him go through the motions. That there has to be like some people obviously would get a kick out of that, but there has to be some fans of Touch who are like, man, just
yeah.
know who you are already.
I mean, part of it is I think this is kind of a, a swan song, a celebration lap for Adachi, given that, he is 72.
I don't know how, but
Like, I don't think there is going to be another Adachi series after this. And so, you can see elements of Mix that appeared in other works of Adachi's. And so, the inclusion of Harada is, obviously a reference to Touch in that Touch is technically a prequel to Mix, but it's also, it could also be a character that Adachi enjoyed getting to come back in this series.
yeah.
Speaking of things coming back from previous Adachi series, the other negative is the less than subtle hints at a potential step-sibling romance between Toma and Otomi, which, no, please no.
Please no.
I wouldn't be as worried if I didn't know that Adachi had done it before.
Yeah.
I really hope he doesn't do it again. Please don't. Please don't.
Yeah.
Mil, I think I have the perfect soundboard thing for you.
Oh no. If that occurs, yes, that will be me. That will absolutely be me.
Yeah. We'll see, but hopefully we won't see, and it won't happen.
Yeah.
Just take a page from Edmond Dantes and wait and hope.
I do want a season 3 for this. Don't make me regret it, please.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked that it got a season 2.
And that came out of nowhere. That was whoa.
A genuine
Hey,
surprise.
number, I think I saw the monkey
It
paw
was a
curl.
curveball.
Yeah. I really hope that monkey paw doesn't curl. Please don't curl. Oh, my other negative, and this was nothing to do with the show, this was more to do with Crunchyroll. I wanted it dubbed!
Yeah.
I loved the dub in the first season. I loved it. The sub is not bad by any means, but God, I loved that dub.
Is the dub still going to happen just on delay, or is it just like...
Don't know. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't happen. Like, looking at the cast, it doesn't look like there's anyone, who would cause problems for them to get. But I don't know. I don't know what goes through Crunchyroll's mind. Maybe they thought it didn't perform well enough, so there wasn't any point in doing it. I don't know.
I don't know. They've done multiple dubs for even like more obscure shows, so
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
no, they do the strangest dub things sometimes.
Yeah.
But I think we should move on. Mix is very good. If you like sports series, this is a very chill one for the most part, until Yusuke dies.
Until it rips your heart out.
Until it rips your heart out, yeah. Let's move on then to My Happy Marriage. This was another really good romance. Like, very, very good. I mean, obviously the main relationship is what carries the show, and is what has to carry the show as, you know, a romance series, and it just does it so well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kyoka and Mio are a very good couple, but at the same time are obviously not perfect. You know, obviously Mio is trying to work through the trauma from her abuse. Kyoka is not very emotionally
Open,
available, expressive, whatever you want to say, and, you know, as a result, you know, he makes mistakes with Mio. Mio makes mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
But they both, you know, obviously Mio is continuing to work towards moving beyond her past, but Kyoka is willing to work on his issues for Mio's sake. Which, please let more male romance characters do that. Please let them be
Seriously,
willing
what
to work
is
on their
with
issues.
Why are so many shoujo romance male leads just like so awful? Why?
But the other thing is, it's not a case of, oh, I can fix him. It's a case of, no, I will fix myself for your sake.
Exactly.
You work on fixing yourself. I will fix myself.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously we had the other Saimoris who fucking sucked.
They did suck.
But, you know, they were the only really, I would say, one-note characters.
I mean, they're kind of also just meant to suck, so that's kind of the point of them, as it were.
But, you know, I really liked what they did with Arata and Yoshiro. You know, Yoshiro in particular, he could have been this stodgy old dude who made the same mistakes with the granddaughter that he made with his daughter. No, he went. He genuinely went, I ran my daughter off with my behavior. I'm not doing it to my granddaughter. I've made this mistake before. I'm not making it again. And, you know, Arata has to make that mistake and learn from it during the show. And he does learn from it. And he realizes that it's better if he doesn't try and keep Mio trapped.
Exactly.
There's also this whole thing with Mio maybe killing the Emperor. It was sort of unclear.
You know, it was really unclear.
He was in a cave that sort of exploded, so...
Yeah, he's fine, probably. He's fine.
I hope not. He was kind of a dick.
Yeah, no, he's probably dead. Good riddance.
I would welcome Takahito to the Emperor's throne.
Definitely a better emperor than the previous one.
Emperor or Empress? It's not clear.
You know, it was really unclear.
Yeah.
We should get past the soundboard button, damn it.
we have to get that. Also, special shout out to Hazuki. She was fucking great.
Oh, she was delightful.
Loved her. Godo was also good. And Yurie. All these characters just working together to help Mio move forward. Great. But
really good series. One of the best romances of the year.
Yeah, no, definitely.
In a year stacked with good romances, if I'm being honest.
But we should probably move on to a little series known as One Piece. So before
One Piece is real.
Before we get going fully, I just want to say that in terms of the screenshots, there are 41 that I could have picked that I had to whittle down to 5.
I apologize for nothing.
I'm glad. I like having more choice generally, but that was a bit rough.
Again, I apologize for nothing.
It's fine. But yeah, we saw the end of Wano this year.
Which is truly a
bit of a quiet
landmark.
year for One Piece. Not a lot really happened, you know.
Oh yeah. And honestly, like, this has been some of the best material in the series.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot go wrong with this stuff at all.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, Oda really got his pacing on long arcs right here. You know,
I do hear complaints that the ending of Wano was a bit rushed, but they did do a little bit to remedy that in the anime by having a whole ass like additional episode as like an epilogue for Wano, which was neat. It definitely helped with that bit of pacing right there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what else is there to say about this arc? Like,
Gear 5 is cool.
Yeah, Gear 5 is great.
Gear 5. Watching Gear 5 in motion was just so much fun.
Yeah.
It was a delight, honestly.
Just I think part of what, because I wasn't as high on it when it first appeared in the manga, but seeing it in the anime, seeing it in motion, Luffy just bouncing all over the place, all the sound effects, it just clicked.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just a funny little guy.
He's just a silly little guy.
And it's just so great. And obviously, you know, we had Zora versus King, we had Sanji versus Queen, we had what's her fucking name?
Robin versus Black Maria.
Robin versus Black
Yes.
Maria, but the Kozuki daughter,
Hiyori.
Hiyori, ending Orochimaru.
It's just Orochi, not Orochimaru.
Oh, Orochi, whatever. We all know
I mean,
that that's what he
Orochimaru
was.
too, but
Oh, you're making that joke intentionally. Okay.
No, I just honestly forgot that his name wasn't fully Orochimaru. We also got the end to the greatest ninja battle never seen.
yes, the ultimate ninja duel, greater than any fight in Naruto.
Oh, it's so funny. And we got the crowning of the new greatest emperor of the sea, Buggy D. Clown.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will never tire of him falling upwards.
He failing upwards is one of my favorite ongoing subplots in One Piece.
Buggy.
Yep. Also, if anyone's wondering why we have this in summer, it's because this was the period in which Gear 5 happened.
Yep.
Also because we could fit
Summer
it
is a dry season
we
as
could
well.
fit it into summer.
We tried to have a balance between the seasons, and summer was very unloaded.
Yeah. I mean, if we put things elsewhere, you know, we could have put Dark Gathering and Helck in fall, and Jujutsu Kaisen in fall. Misfit in, what was it, winter?
Winter, yep.
Mix in spring, One Piece in any of the seasons. We would have ended up with like maybe a handful of shows in the summer segment. We decided to spread it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yep. Gotta have fair play, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Shanks is finally getting up off his arse.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
After like 20 years. Finally.
I wonder what he's going to do next.
After scaring the shit out of
Greenball. You can just call him Greenball.
Yeah, Greenball.
You can call him Greenball, Mill.
Yeah, Greenball. I wanted to make the effort.
Hashtag you tried.
Yeah. But yeah, scaring the shit out of him, which was great. Looking forward to Egghead.
I can't wait for Gear 5 to premiere again by which studio?
Oh god. We will talk about that at another point.
So worried, but yes, let's move on to our next show, which is Reborn as a Vending Machine.
The series is so charming.
This is just a delightful little isekai. That's lots of good fun.
Just an absolutely delightful show. Really fun time.
Very fun cast. A protagonist that is a little too okay with being a vending machine.
Look, he was a big vending machine fanatic in life.
Which is weird, but alright.
It's cool. It's cool.
They're all weird at kinks.
It's not a kink, but... I mean, you could collect, like figurines or, be into like art or, or cars or, but no, vending machines. That's where it's at.
But yeah, no, this was just a silly little delightful show.
Yeah. Well, lots of fun. They kissed a vending machine.
Good for them.
Yeah. That's just a funny prospect.
I do wonder if/when they're going to fully anthropomorphize the vending machine. We are getting a second season, and this apparently covered all of the original light novels before it, got continued in whatever form it got continued in.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. Learning about the production history of this, of the original source material for this one is pretty interesting, honestly.
Huh. Also, I just had a random thought. Did they ever clean Boxo?
Not that we see on screen.
Probably should make sure he's clean before you start putting your lips on that. Honestly.
Correct.
But no,
this is still delightful.
Yeah.
See, folks, this is how you make a fun, lighthearted isekai.
Yeah. And how you make a vending machine overpowered somehow.
Let's be real, they can make anything overpowered if they think hard enough.
Yeah, I can't wait for Reborn as a gun.
You know how easily that can be made overpowered.
Yeah, but that just sounds like a fun title.
It does sound like a fun title, actually. Yeah. We already have Reborn as a sword, might as well.
Yeah. Yeah, great time. I'm looking forward to more of this. Also, Bradio does the OP, which is great.
Good OP.
But let us move on then to Reign of the Seven Spellblades. I mean,
you like the show
to read all the light novels.
Yeah, I have such a fondness for this series. But because I have read the light novels, it did mean that the anime ended up being a little disappointing.
That is a problem with a lot of light novel adaptations, unfortunately. Most of them don't get the TLC that stuff like 86 or Sabikui Bisco got in terms of like actual
even
good pacing.
Then compromises just have to be made.
That is a thing, yeah. Like necessary compromises are made for the sake of just adapting to the new medium.
Yeah, and to be fair, some of it I got. There were world building elements that don't really come to the fore until second year that were cut in the anime, which absolutely fair. That makes sense. There were a few more lessons in the light novel that the anime skipped over because they don't contribute anything to the plot of this year, which is completely fair. But that last arc being, an entire volume stuffed into, what was it, 4 episodes, 5 episodes?
I think it was 5. It was 5 episodes.
Yeah, was just a case of there is some really good stuff in this being left out, and I'm upset.
The pain of being a source material reader.
Yeah, I am so glad though that they did do the
They had like almost half of a core worth of extra additional episodes.
I'm glad that they did the Ophelia flashbacks because those are important. I don't get a particular change they made, but whatever. And I think the character work stood on its own well enough. The relationship between the Sword Roses in particular, that is, sort of the central pillar of the series, I think did work well. And it's a bond that only continues to grow as the series goes on. But I mean, again, I definitely liked this. I mean, I liked the concept for the series a lot, and it's rare that we get such this type of fantasy series in anime,
and having it actually be good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oliver is a very
magical high school anime are a dime a dozen, and they're mostly garbage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oliver is a very atypical protagonist in a sense. That yes, he is very strong, especially compared to his peers, but that's because he worked at it. Because
he doesn't get strong because he is a super special chosen boy.
Yeah. Genetically speaking, he's quite average.
Yeah.
And that is pointed out. The fact that he is able to do all this stuff is a sign of how hard he worked. And obviously, you've got Nanao as this person who comes from outside the horrific mage society and is therefore able to cut through all of its bullshit to the betterment of some of the characters. I really like Rain and Seven Spellblades. As I said, I was a little disappointed by the adaptation, but I'm still glad that it happened, because otherwise I wouldn't have found the series.
Yeah.
I got a question.
I haven't quite. I have the first few volumes of the light novels. I haven't read them yet. I'm busy with Eminence and Shadow right now, but yeah. But I do look forward to reading this because I absolutely loved it. And I just know that I'll get even more out of the light novels. Regardless of that, I do hope this gets another season that hopefully is given more time and more breathing room to, adapt the books a bit more faithfully. But we'll see what happens. It's JC staff, so I feel like they just do whatever the hell they want sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like they just have so many they must have so many sub studios given how much they produce that sometimes
most of the bigger series have like four main teams or so.
It's a case of the teams are so decentralized that they just go, we're just gonna do this season.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
We'll do that. Yeah, just throw darts at the dartboard. See what it
Pocket we
lands
ball.
on.
Yeah.
We're like, hey, wait, Raid of the Seven Spellblades. We're going back to that. All right, cool. Let's do that.
I mean, they do
Yeah,
have a history of doing season 2, so it's possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There is a question in chat about Jujutsu Kaisen's second season versus the first season. But it's kind of hard to say because they're very different tonally and pacing wise.
Yeah, I think in terms of the anime, I think I probably do prefer the first season. I think it was just that. I don't know. I think
Season 2 adapts 2 of my favorite arcs in the manga, so I'm a little biased.
Yeah.
But I absolutely love Season 1 though.
Season 1 is excellent.
Look,
Yeah.
I'm biased for season 1 because it has that Nmbr moment at the end of it, which is just perfect.
Mhm.
And
they have their merits.
yeah, and obviously
so.
we'll go more into it next week when we do the full wrap up. But fucking hell, for however long it lasted, Nobara just shit talking Mahito was great.
Yes. Yes.
But yes, should move on to...
Yep.
Oh, this is your solo show, Mil.
Another one of my solo shows. It is Sacrificial Princess and the King of Beasts. I have finally finished this.
Hey!
Congratulations!
And it is a full adaptation of the source material.
Oh, dang.
What?
Yeah. As a result,
Okay.
it's a little bit rushed towards the end. But it is a very good series nonetheless. And one I've
Wow, they
definitely
actually did
enjoyed.
it.
Yeah. I
The
mean,
crazy bastards actually did it.
I mean the central pillar of this show is Sarafi. And her ability.
I can tell from all the screenshots of her.
I mean, she has. We said before there has been some absolutely wonderful face game in this year. Sarafi is no exception, and she is a joy to watch. But just she just has a way of cutting through to the core of things, and I think. More than anything else, it's shown in the Fenrir arc, where Sarafi really manages to get to him and intrigue him, which is really interesting. We've obviously also got characters. We got Ilya's stuff, which wasn't much, and I would be interested to know if there's more of it in the manga, because after his introduction arc, he appeared a couple of times, and what was there was good, but I do wonder if there was more. But seeing him be influenced by Sarafi, and in the end. When Set was trying to take over the country, and even after Leo's human heritage had been revealed, all these people came together to fight for Leo and for Sarafi because of, what she did for them. And the fact that she helped them realize that, no, humans are not monsters. In the same way that beasts aren't monsters. And so I really love this series for that. The dub was excellent. It mostly wasn't about fights, but there were a couple of bits here and there that were really good. I really liked the arc that Anubis took. I'll talk more about that next week because I don't want to go too much into detail here. And yeah, I really enjoyed the series, and I'm fairly sure there is something of a sequel manga. I'm not sure whether it's just a short thing to, wrap up some loose ends or whatever. But there is definitely something that exists that seems a little bit focused on Sarafi and Leo's kid, which is cool.
Oh, neat.
So what I will say is, for fuck's sake, Jormungand and Ami, get your heads out of your asses and just confess to each other already. It's been apparently like 9 years and you're still not together.
That's wild.
So
Fucking idiots.
So is their kid named Bio or something like that?
No, he is called Richard.
Darn, missed opportunity to clone on Boruto again.
Yeah. Basically, what happened was Leo was meant to be called Richard after a lion-hearted ruler.
Subtle.
Yeah, I know. But that didn't end up happening because of things again that I will discuss next week in more detail. So they decided to name their kid that, I guess. But yeah, no. Sacrificial Princess, I'm really glad I made the effort to catch up to it and finish it. I'm really glad, because it was very, very good. Moving on, though, to another fantastic series, which is Undead Murder Farce.
This is so good. It's so delightfully weird and insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the best way possible.
There's some dumb bullshit going on here, and it's all according to the author's plan.
Suguru...
I just love how much of a shit Suguru is.
Yeah, Suguru is just such a wonderful little shit.
And Aya keeps pace with him.
Yeah. I mean, she has her moments as well. I mean, I still love her reaction to Sherlock Holmes being called a master detective.
Yes. Absolutely great.
I'm not dead, therefore I'm alive.
Yep.
And I do like how Shizuku rounded out the trio.
Yeah, no, it's a very good trio, and it works very well.
Yeah.
Poor Shizuku is a magnet for sapphics, though.
Yeah.
Just...
Again, though, she is pleading guilty to those accusations.
Yeah?
Oh, no. There's no ambiguity there.
No.
No.
None at all.
Not even a little.
Yeah, I mean... The Royce agents
What else
exist...
is there to...
The Royce agents exist purely to job, which is fine, because they're racists. I mean, they...
Yeah,
Yeah, they're racist assholes. They get the job.
about them.
I mean, they genuinely get fucking Aya's group
Literally every opportunity.
and Moriarty's group to work together against them.
Because
they hate
they're
them so
cops. They're the worst kind of cops.
Yeah. The fact is that Victor is just like, I'd rather be helping you guys.
Again, I don't blame them.
Look, our grudge against you guys is purely business. Those guys fucking suck.
Mm-hmm. Yep. In a nutshell.
Yeah, I mean...
What else is there to say that we haven't already said?
I mean, yeah, we've talked about it a lot in the seasonal reviews as well. But, and there's not really necessarily a central message in the same way as there is for other shows. Other than that Suguru is a complete asshole to most people, and it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's cool seeing another Sherlock Holmes versus Arsène Lupin showdown.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, that happened in Lupin as well. Lupin the Third.
But let's move on to our final summer show, which is Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead.
I love these fucking idiots.
Man, I'm glad those fuckheads died.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very much deserved.
They were all assholes.
Yeah.
I mean, not to go into too much detail, we'll probably add this to the list next week. Just to talk about those final 3 episodes. It felt like they were trying to make us actually, feel sympathetic towards Higurashi, and I did not give a shit.
I think it was more of a case of just establishing, like, hey, these guys didn't have the easiest life, but they took their pain and they redirected it in the worst way possible.
I guess.
Yeah.
Rather than, like,
Yeah.
actually making an effort to do better.
Yeah.
Or just, like, actually take the good with the bad and live life how you can. But yeah, no, they were all shitheads.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they all deserved what they got.
Oh, did I not? Okay. Yeah, I am just glad that fucking horny dog did not get anyone killed.
Oh yeah. That was very silly, but yes.
Yeah.
I'm also glad the dog didn't die.
Yes. I am glad we didn't have to add this show to Does the Dog Die?
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that pretty much nobody died in that last bit, apart from
Except for the people who actually instigated it, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, this show is a really nice twist, for the most part, on, your typical zombie story. Where, the characters are trying to see the positives in this apocalypse, rather than, oh man, this sucks, people are dying everywhere, oh no. That, so many,
It's a very uncynical approach to zombie apocalypse stories, which I think is very refreshing.
It is. Fucking Akira and Kensho, and to a lesser extent Beatrix, really are just some of the most unserious people in this entire apocalypse.
Oh yeah, no, it's the whole crew is very unserious. Even Shizuka has her moments.
Shizuka started off very serious and has now been dragged closer down to
their level, yes.
To their level.
Yeah, and she
not at their level,
just
but...
that too. It's like, this is because of these idiots.
Yeah.
It's contagious. Oh no.
Yeah. But I'm glad, it's really nice to see, and especially considering, her backstory that we got in that two-parter. It is nice to get to see her let loose, especially the fucking Chinese general scene. That was just so good.
That was so good. But we should probably wrap up and save some more detailed thoughts for later.
Let's move on to the fall shows. We are not going to linger here.
Oh, we have another question. Okay, that's an odd one. For
what show would we watch if we were watching anime for the first time?
Today, it's hard to say what a good entry-level anime is. Like, there are so many other qualifications to add on. Like, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood's a good one, but like, that's only really going to work if you enjoy action and like other Battle Shonen tropes.
I've just got to think about how I would be introduced to anime in that scenario, and in the end, it probably would be something like My Hero, or maybe Black Clover, to be brutally honest, because that's the type of thing that I would like. It's a fantasy show.
It really depends on your preferences for genre. Like, it's a fairly nuanced question that, like, you're not going to get a universal answer for. Some of the shows on this that we've talked about so far might work, honestly. Like, if you're into romance, My Happy Marriage would be a good one. If you like a science nerdery, Dr. Stone would be good.
Dr. Stone's, I think, is actually
again,
a great beginner anime.
I've been watching Dr. Stone with my mum. She is, I think she's 60 now, a former science teacher, and she's really enjoying that aspect of it.
Bottom line is, it's a question with no simple answer.
Yeah.
Because again, it really depends on, on what you're... I mean, I've changed so much since I started watching anime. I can't say that the person I am now would pick the same anime if I hadn't watched any anime. I just wouldn't know that. As I said, I think
people's tastes grow and evolve over time.
It would probably be, a big shonen, because those are the famous ones. It might be a sports anime. It might be something like, say, Aoashi, given that it's a football anime, and I am a fan of football for my sins.
At least you're honest about it.
Yeah. No, it is what it is. It's so. The honest answer is I don't know. It's very easy for us to recommend, first anime for people, but I just don't know what that first anime would be. As I said, it would very much depend on how I was introduced to anime as a concept. I
think the biggest deciding factor is the tastes of the person you're recommending to. Look into the genres and look into what people say are good shows in that genre for people to start.
But yes, let's move on to our first fall show, which, as I said, we're going to try not to linger too much. It is the 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You.
I don't think this should be anyone's first anime, that's for sure. It is insane.
No. Same with Golden Kamuy, for example. There are just some shows that you need to have been...
You need to have some exposure to anime and its tropes to really appreciate it. This one is one of the most insane examples of that. And, holy shit.
I mean, even as somebody as, into anime as I am, it's not for me. It's very much not for me.
Oh no, this is one of the most unhinged ass anime I have watched.
Yeah.
It is a fun ass time, but if you are not you are either going to enjoy it or you are not going to. It is really hard to decide well, not decide. It's hard to recommend to people just because of how off the wall it is. It's honestly, if you are a fan of harem rom-coms, you are just of the opinion that a lot of them really screw over most of the girls in the rom-com for whatever in the show for whatever reason. This is a good one. Oh yeah. Honestly, being burnt by quintuplets may have motivated me to check this out when it first started serializing the manga anyways. I'm glad I did. It's very much up my alley. But yeah, no, this is a good one for anyone who's felt burned by, how a harem rom-com has handled its cast. That is probably the strongest recommendation I can give for it in terms of how someone might approach it. But yeah, no, it's a fun series. It is wild as hell. None of the screenshots that are being shown really capture the true insanity of it. But it is a fun time. It manages to balance wholesome sincerity with off-the-wall gag humor and sheer absurdity of both plot and character. But yeah, no, it's good stuff.
Let's move quickly on then to the Apothecary Diaries.
Speaking of good face game.
This show's great.
Mama is so good.
Mao Mao is one of the best protagonists in any anime. Like, the show has a strong cast, but she is like, she carries the show, honestly. It would not be the show without Mao Mao.
Yeah. And that's, even without seeing the face game, or getting the amazing voice acting by Aoyuki, I believe.
Aoyuki is a phenomenal seiyuu.
Yeah. But even without that, Mao Mao is still wonderful in the fucking light novels.
She has a really good voice, both inner and outer.
But yeah, as you said, the cast is good. Paul Gaoshan does not deserve these idiots. Gyokyo just being a complete troll.
Yes.
And, the main dynamic between Jinshi and Mao Mao.
It's such a good subversion of the typical male-female lead romance, quote-unquote romance dynamic that usually pops up in, like, shoujo that are similar to this.
Yeah.
Because Mao Mao fucking hates Jinshi.
I don't think it's even necessarily that she hates Jinshi. It's that she hates the persona that he has to put on.
She hates his affect, basically.
Yeah, because we've seen these moments where he's dropped that. In particular, just before the garden party, when Mao Mao revealed why she applies the freckles. Like, that, I think, was the first real time we've seen that mask drop from Jinshi, and especially in front of Mao Mao. You get more of it as it goes on, but again, mostly it is not in Mao Mao's presence.
Exactly.
The only one who really gets to see it is Gaoshan, which is part of the reason he is so exasperated all the time.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this is a really good examination of court life. This isn't a one-to-one of any Chinese imperial dynasty, but it is a good approach to that kind of court life and the politics therein. Specifically in the rear palace, where all the concubines and consorts live. But yes, this is really good material.
No, Apothecary Diaries is absolutely superb. Again, there is a reason I've got all of the available light novels.
Yeah, I think I have most of them as well. I did start reading Volume 1, but I got sidetracked by all the anime I had to catch up on at the end of the year. But I do plan to get back into the light novels as well.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just a fantastic series. Again, we are gonna probably say
we're gonna go into much more detail next.
We will go
next
into
week,
a lot more detail next week. Yeah. So let's move quickly on to The Eminence in Shadow Season 2.
It's so good. Just the most hilarious kind of isekai bullshit.
Yes. This isekai peaked here.
Like, this is probably, like... Sid's bullshit is just so funny.
Yes.
And I feel like the show just hits the perfect balance between clueless dumbass and overpowered protagonist by making it clear, like, he can wreck anyone's shit, but you have to make it clear, like, oh, this is the person who he's actually supposed to wreck, as opposed to he's supposed to play it smart, play it cool, be a real subtle player, you know. And all the same, like, the rest of the cast works really well to counterbalance Sid's absurdity with their own absurdities.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the cliffhanger ending.
Yeah,
of the
because
season.
that's what I'm trying to avoid right now.
We'll
Because I do want to talk about
next
that.
week.
but-
We will have to talk about that next week. But
Yeah,
like each arc has been really good. But that final arc of the season, of the second season, might be my favorite. It's really good.
yeah, I might agree. It did great for Rose's character.
Mm-hmm. I do love it when an arc just focuses on one of the like supporting cast and does a really good job of developing and fleshing them out.
Yes.
And while the financial crimes arc did a good job of doing that for Alpha to a degree, and Delta as well, like the Civil War arc was a perfect one for Rose.
Yeah. Not to mention Sid's delusions that she will become a tyrant.
Yes. Yeah, that was great. Oh, there's just like the whole bit of him just trying to escape the clutches of that maid. Just like her grabbing onto his arm, and he's just like,
I don't want to join your religion.
yes. Sid is so funny.
Yes.
Honestly, he's almost funnier when he's being the straight man to the antics of everyone else around him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
So good.
Yeah. Spectacular show. Looking forward to the movie, even though we won't get it for like 10 years, but you know.
I hope it gets a quick release here in the the West. That'd be nice.
Sentai's been pretty good about that stuff, but I don't know. We'll
Fingers
see.
crossed it will be less than a year from the theatrical release.
Yes. Yeah, I don't
make any hopes of it being less than like
because
5 or 6 months.
Review Starlight was a full ass year, almost to the day.
What? Damn.
Oh, that was so painful. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too bad. At the very least, hopefully it's not as bad as freaking Gridman, which we're still waiting for.
Give me that movie already, damn it.
But that's a topic for another day. Anyways, this show's great. I can't wait to talk about the ending next week. But yeah, spectacular season 2. Like I said, I'm reading the light novels now, and I'm not very far in yet. But
we didn't even really touch much on like the second core of the first season. That was in the winter, but that was also really good.
Yeah. It's all great. This show's great. Moving on to other great fantasy.
Moving on to another one of the best shows of the year, honestly.
Yeah.
Moving on to Frieren Beyond Journey's End.
It would not be incorrect to call this one of the best shows of the year, and honestly, this is a top-tier fantasy anime.
I'm inclined to agree.
It is just, like, the production values alone are excellent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even getting into just, like, the subtleties of the storytelling, as well as just, like, the comedy. The comedy is so good.
Frieren's a goofball, and I love her.
She is a delight. She's an excellent smug elf. And you gotta love the development of Stark and Fern as well. That they are a great duo and great foils to Frieren herself. It's just a really strong core cast, and the addition of Sane as well was really good.
Yeah, I like him a lot. It's a shame we won't be seeing much more of him.
I do hope he comes back.
I'm sure he does eventually, but
I hope so. But his introduction is great.
Oh no, his introduction's fantastic, and what he actually does is great. I thought he was a great addition to the party, which is why it's a shame he's He's gone already.
It makes sense, but at the same time, I wish there was more time with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I'd like to hope that we see more of him.
Mm-hmm. Also, I do gotta specifically shout out the dance sequence between Stark and Fern.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely amazing character acting without a single fucking line of dialogue. Just like them slowly becoming comfortable with dancing with each other and opening up to each other through dance without a single word spoken. It's excellent.
And then the next day, Fern gets mad at Stark for doing something stupid.
That is a good chunk of their dynamic, yes.
Yes.
At the same time, they are both idiot teenagers. I'm pretty sure they're like, what, 16, 17 years old?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Stark doesn't even have any ill will. He's just goofy.
He's so silly. They're all silly.
Yes,
Except
they're
when
all
they're
very
not.
silly. And I like them a lot.
Yes. I do gotta love it when we do get the occasional mic drops of like, oh shit, Fern's actually strong.
Yeah.
Like that one bit of her just, casually telling Aura to go off herself.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible show.
Yes. Fantastic show.
We will obviously get more into it next week.
More.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah,
Should probably move on so we don't spend too much time gushing about this.
Yeah, because we'll have plenty more room to talk about it.
We'll obviously go more into it next week.
Mm-hmm.
But moving on to... Oops, pressed the wrong thing. I'm in love with the villainess.
I think the show concluded fairly well. I do wish there was more of the anime, because, it stopped right when stuff was starting to get good.
Is it kind of weird that I preferred the Minaria stuff to the Betrayal stuff?
No, it's not. The Minaria stuff is from Volume 2, which is when the story starts getting real good.
I just know I've seen a lot of dislike for Minaria.
Minaria does what she's supposed to do in the story, I feel.
And maybe it's influenced by the fact that I did, look her up and find out that she was doing all of it on purpose, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it helps that she's voiced by Nana Mizuki, who is just, really good at voicing Sapphics for some reason.
I mean, in the dub, who is she voiced by in the dub? Let me just find it there. Go on to more characters, and then Minari was down at the bottom because she's Dr. Seuss. Oh, okay. No, why give me the name Mal? Stupid Mal. No, I looked this up.
Mal is...
Caitlin Barr.
Did you watch...
That was who it was. Caitlin Barr. Yeah, I watched it dubbed.
Yeah. Thought so. What are your thoughts on this number?
I unfortunately did not finish the season. I probably will. I kind of fell off the show a little bit.
I don't entirely blame you. It's not the best adaptation of its source material, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Nothing particularly wrong with it or its story at all. I've just been limited on time. So I will hopefully, catch back up by next week. But
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad by any stretch, but again, this might be another case of suffering from expectations.
That's almost certainly the case, as well as just the fact that, the source material, in my opinion, it doesn't start off as strong as it gets. and it doesn't really hit its stride until its second volume.
Right.
Also, this just oozes commercial for the light novel.
It is absolutely that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the reason it concluded with the Mario stuff is because it wanted to get to a conclusive point in the story
Yeah.
that could say, hey, they actually are an item now, and don't pester us about it not getting resolution, even though we're not going to actually, resolve a lot of the plot lines introduced in the season. Whoopsie doodle. Do I sound like I'm a bit bitter about it?
A little bit, yeah.
I would be a lot less bitter if we got news of a second season, but that hasn't happened, so... Yeah, no, like, I do recommend reading the light novels for this. They are good, and they do a lot more to flesh out, the actual characters and their relationship, and their dynamic. And the first one can be a bit rough at points, but the second volume is extremely good. But we should probably move on to something that I know Mill will like to gush about at length.
I think Nmbr will as well. Let's move on.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Move on to Overtake. Genuinely...
Hold on. Before you say anything.
Thank you.
Genuinely, I think episode 9 might be one of the best episodes of anime all year.
Which episode was that?
That was the Koya flashback.
Yeah.
Like
I'm inclined to agree.
I came out of that episode just absolutely like almost emotionally exhausted.
I definitely was.
I think obviously the rest of the season doesn't quite reach that mark with every episode, but
doesn't really need to.
It doesn't need to. No, that was what it needed to be, and I think it did a good job in continuing on with everyone else's storylines. And again, that's another thing. Everyone, like, so many of the characters got stories, and good stories at that. I would say the only ones who didn't really were Futoshi and Aina, and they didn't need them because they're the older characters. They've had their day, and they're here to do their best to guide these young whippersnappers. But Haru had his thing of maybe joining Belsariso. Satsuki had his of realizing that hard work is also important. Tokumaru realized, that he didn't need to compare himself as much to everybody else. He just needed to concentrate on his own driving. Alice and Kodoro had, Kodoro had his worry about Haruka leaving Kamaki Motors. Alice had her thing helping out Satsuki, which was really, really great to see. Poor Kodoro is never gonna get it through Alice's thick skull that he's into her. And obviously, Koya had that fantastic moment at the end of episode 9 where he was finally able to not necessarily let go of his trauma, but start moving past it. And
that scene's so great. Oh my god.
Good. And I'm just gonna say, yes, I did take a screenshot for it. No, I didn't put it in here because I'm saving it for next week to break you.
Yeah. Oh, great. Thanks.
No, I'm definitely using it. Why wouldn't I use it? But I wanted to be there on its own and not part of a slideshow. Yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about this anime.
No, this show is one of the best this year. Absolutely,
Absolutely.
without question.
Um,
This is something made with love
Mm.
and care, and was apparently in development since like 2017 or something like that.
and it shows because it's wonderfully animated, and as you
Mhm.
said, the care shown in both the depiction of the Formula 4 and of and of the earthquake in Koya's flashback is just so well done.
This didn't even wasn't intentionally going to be Troika's anniversary anime. It just kind of ended up being that by accident, but it works so perfectly.
They couldn't have picked a better anime to do it with. I mean, God,
Yeah.
I mean, it could have been Bloom season 2.
I mean, yes, but imagine if they had to fucking do, fucking make Shinobi no Toki their 60th anniversary or whatever it was. Imagine that. That would be such a wet fart.
No. No.
But yeah, I love this anime. I love it to pieces.
Yeah.
We'll
me
obviously
too.
go
We can gush about it more next time.
Yeah,
though.
we will go into more detail about it next week because now we have to move on to Pluto.
Another one that is one of the best this year.
This year, so the thing is, this year, of my top 10 of my top 5 new shows, 3 of them were from fall, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
It's just so incredibly good.
Yes. Urasawa once again showing off his strengths at introducing random characters, letting you get to know them, care about them, and then promptly destroying them and making you feel bad.
Urasawa really is goated, isn't he?
Yeah. He is. Absolutely.
This is also just a really strong meditation on war, and it is very obvious as to what war in particular it is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Namely the Iraq War, particularly the circumstances that caused it to happen in the first place. And it's a very good exploration of the kind of geopolitics and the kind of human bullshit that caused those kinds of wars to happen. And it's honestly one of the more interesting explorations of human nature I've seen. Because Pluto posits that to be human, you don't have to just... It's not just about being able to love, it's also about being able to hate.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think most similar series have really done before. Like, all this talk about, like, robots becoming human for the first time, and most of them are like, oh, you have to be able to love somebody, and usually it's like romantic love or some shit, and it's like, this is like saying it's about having a powerful, extremely strong emotion and emotionality, and that includes hatred, because hatred is a very human emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it is, like, often the cause of some of our most fucked up actions, it is still part of what makes us who we are. And it shouldn't be ignored just because it's not pretty.
Yeah. One of the screenshots I included here was the one with Gesicht and Adam at the cafe, and I love that scene because their conversation basically, where Gesicht is fascinated at Adam's basically human-like behavior, and their whole discussion on that is just fascinating to me, and that's kind of sets the stage for the entire show.
It does, yeah. It's a very good, like, early exploration of the thematic heft of the show. Like, yeah, no, this is just so good. like we talked about a lot last time we did one of the seasonal recaps, the mid-season check-in, and like it's just really good stuff.
Yeah, it's exceptionally good. If you like sci-fi or Astro Boy, watch this show, please.
Yeah. This is like one of those, like, I would recommend a lot of shows this year, but this is very high up on the list for me.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have other things to talk about, so.
Oh yes, we do.
Let us move on then to Ragna Crimson.
I'm glad both of you caught up on this one.
God, this show is fun.
It's so fun.
This show is ridiculously fun.
It's the perfect combination of goofy and edgy.
Yeah.
I don't know how they managed it, but they did.
Also, I love Crimson so much.
Crimson is such a shit. The best kind of piece of shit.
Yeah. I will say my big negative for this show is I don't really like what they're doing with the dragons.
Oh, you mean like their actual like characterization?
Yeah. Especially the focus on Ultimatia. I just don't care about her, and like these, whether they are, I don't know whether they are sincere attempts at trying to get us, the audience, to, you know, feel sympathy for her, or it's meant to.
I think it's less an attempt to make us feel sympathy and more an attempt to actually, you know, deepen her character.
Yeah. Personally, I actually really like the focus on Ultimata, because I think first off, she just stands out among the dragons for multiple reasons, but I just find it really interesting how she doesn't necessarily like what she's doing, but she doesn't have a problem doing it because it's for her god, which that god is a whole other separate weird conversation, which I don't know what to make of that yet. But
it is something we'll probably learn more about as the story goes on.
Yeah. But I actually like her a lot.
She's a very interesting villain in that she is very much. I think she's a very strong case it could be made of her being a love-to-hate villain, just because.
And I think it also adds a lot with the reveal that they all used to be human. Her especially is like, oh.
It adds a lot of nuance and layers to their attitudes and their behavior.
Yeah, I mean, they're all monsters, but
oh yeah.
But you know, I'd like to understand why they are the way that they are, or at least, you know, a few of them.
Mm-hmm. And again, I do have to say, Ayumu Murase does a fantastic job of making Crimson just like the perfect blend of hammy and just devious.
No, I love some good Murase, and this show was providing me with that.
Murase in spades, yes.
It's rare that we get to see Murase hammy up as a more evil type of character.
I wonder if...
Not necessarily evil, more like devious and corrupt.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I wonder if part of the issue for me is that I did binge this in one day. All of this in one day.
No, I think you have an issue with how you're catching up on shows. I'm just gonna say it right now.
Possibly.
I don't think the binge model is for you.
The thing is, Mill, I binged this in 2 days, so...
Yeah, I just don't think that binging is the proper approach to watching anime for you. Maybe. In terms of how you were enjoying it.
I don't know.
Maybe with certain shows,
I just feel
least.
like we had such a big climax with that fight between Ragna and Ultimatia, And then
that was a very good fight.
I
Holy
love that
shit.
beatdown.
Yeah, no,
that's
that was
so good.
That was really, really good. And I liked that I did like that we mostly got that from Ultimatia's perspective. But then
it shows how terrifyingly powerful Ragna is.
yeah, but then it just felt like the show was kind of spinning its wheels for the next several episodes.
I
mean,
kind of agree. It does that a little bit. Yeah.
It makes sense though, because it is like for the purpose of setting up this upcoming showdown.
I
Yeah.
get
And
it,
introducing
but I feel
more
like
characters
if
for
they
that showdown.
really wanted to do it, they could have done it by now. They just didn't want to do it before the break.
I kind of get that, but at the same time, like, I do like the effort made into, characterizing the new characters.
I mean, yeah, I like, what is it? I like Starlia.
princess?
I like, I like all her hangers-on. They're all pretty fun.
Just her reaction to Ragna is hilarious. Sorry for being so sexy.
Sword boy.
But then I feel like with Ultimatia, we just get a lot of scenes of very similar stuff. And
We can talk about this in more detail next time. I feel. I will say I do appreciate that at least an attempt is made to make the villains feel more nuanced and complex, rather than just them all being like, "Haha, I am evil." Mwahaha. Sometimes it works. Most of the times it, doesn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should move on to a show we have not discussed at all yet, because
it came out so late.
Because we move on to Scott Pilgrim Takes Off.
I was not expecting this to be a rebuild of Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah. I didn't expect that either. The title certainly doesn't lie. I won't get into too heavy spoilers here, but
I mean, I was gonna say, I won't actually say what I was gonna say, but yes, from what I've heard, I did get that impression.
Yeah, the title doesn't lie. I will say that much.
I do appreciate that this is much more of an explanation of Ramona and the exes than it is of Scott himself. Because we already got the comic and we already got the movie to explore Scott. And it feels like a good decision to just, hone in on why Ramona has so many evil exes and why they are evil, or why they describe themselves as evil.
And focusing on the exes themselves, I think it was a very good move, because I like them.
They're very colorful characters. And especially, I feel like Roxy and Lucas especially benefited from this. Like, Matthew and Gideon as well to a lesser extent, but it definitely benefited pretty much all of them.
Yep.
Like, and there was some really funny bits, like... Like, Scott's roommate,
Wallace
seducing one of the exes.
That is so funny, and that makes so much sense. That's like one of my favorite aspects of this show. It's so good.
Just like, yeah, no, it's great, and you also have the shit like what was it, Envy, right? Just popping up and performing an impromptu musical number at the most inappropriate place.
Yeah. I mean, well, considering it's Scott, I mean...
Yeah, but at the same time, it's very funny. It's just so funny.
Yeah. There are a good number of people that are frustrated that it's not like an adaptation of the comics, which, I mean, I get it, because I kind of wanted that as well, but I think there's so much more value in something like this.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's I do think it's a good approach. And again, like, some people have complained about some characters not getting as much focus as they did in in the comic or in the movie, but that's because they have shifted focus to having a different cast focus. Like, it is just a matter of focusing, having a different approach to the material.
Yeah, again, a lot of these characters got what they needed elsewhere, so you don't need to spend that much time on someone like Scott, or, you know...
Or his main supporting cast, really.
Yeah.
But there is still some good stuff for them, especially, like, Ramona and Wallace, and to a lesser extent, like, Kim and Knives.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the only characters who I think really got changed were the twins, who didn't really get the focus like the rest of the X's.
Yeah.
But overall, I still think, like, this is very good stuff.
Yeah, I think this is fantastic. There is a light tease for more, and I hope we get it, because I think there is room for another great story. But
There is, but at the same time, I'm fine with it ending where it did.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great ending. Very, I didn't see that coming, but yeah, sure.
It's some crazy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, there's some crazy fights in this. There's some absolutely crazy fights.
I absolutely loved the Roxy fight and the Lucas fight as well. Those were really good.
Yeah.
But the latter half also had some really good fights.
Yeah.
Science Saru is just a really good animation studio, honestly.
Yes. Also, it doesn't really need mentioning, but I'm just gonna say it. This is an anime. No debate. It is. Fuck you, Mal.
Mal is fucking stupid. We know
This
this.
is an anime even by the generally traditional sense of the word.
This is made by a Japanese animation studio with a Japanese dub. That's not really debatable.
Speaking of, how did the two of you watch it? With what voice cast?
I did watch it dubbed.
Okay.
Most of the voice actors actually did a really good job.
Good.
It's a bit hit or miss in some places.
Some are better than others.
A lot of these guys
is a veteran voice actress. So.
I mean, obviously
some of these guys are voice actors. So
yeah, obviously Mae Whitman is always going to do good work because she's great.
Yeah. Chris Evans actually did a surprisingly good job.
Yeah, he did pretty good.
Good for him. I'm glad.
Yeah.
And honestly, Michael Cera and Mary Elizabeth Winstead also did fairly well.
Yeah.
Michael Cera was unrecognizable as Scott.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for the most part. There are some points where it's like, could have probably read that better, or probably could have better direction with that. But for the most part, these are the characters you know from the movie. So.
All right. Well, I think we should move on. We will obviously again talk about this in more detail next week. Which is probably going to end up being as long as this one as well. But let's move on to Shy.
Haru is such a delight.
Teru,
Yes.
I love Teru. She's so...
She's such
So
a scrunkly
fantastic.
little bean.
I mean... I think if there is anything that speaks to Teru as a person and Teru as a hero, it is that speech that she gave to the kid that was the fan of the Magical Girl series. And basically telling him, hey, like what you like. You know, that's the kind of message that is really nice to see in a superhero anime.
Yeah.
And it's a really feels like a more grassroots form of superhero than I feel like we've gotten for a while. Because even My Hero doesn't really do that sort of thing. so it was a really nice thing to see. I do think the Sveta stuff was a little dragged out.
A little, yes.
It was, but at the same time, the conclusion of it was extremely
The
good.
conclusion of it was good. I liked the conclusion of it.
Half was
And
worth it.
to be fair, as the A&N reviewer said, cutting it down might have meant cutting Kufufu's stuff, and I refuse to let that happen.
Kufufu was a needed shot of delight.
Yeah.
In
that particular arc that is, you know, pretty dark and pretty sad. It was just so wonderful to have Kufufu there just pulling some bullshit that Teru just had no idea how to handle.
It was very funny. And yeah, like some of the Sveta stuff was emotionally devastating. Just gonna say it. Like, goddamn.
I think they sort of played on the flashbacks a little too hard. I think that would probably be where I'd say maybe cut it down a little bit. But as I said, the actual resolution to the arc is just so good that it is worth it.
Yeah.
There's nothing like a hero sharing a drink with her mother.
Yeah. And then the end of the season being, you know, going back to Teru and Iko and them starting to call each other by their first name, which is really nice. As
Very
a whole,
cute.
it's a really nice sort of smaller scale superhero series. Like, obviously it's not hugely small scale because it's, you know, going
Still a
all around
superhero
the world, and Stigma
You got
is
space in like episode 2.
yeah. And still not entirely sure how much to trust
Unilord?
yeah, Unilord. But we'll see on that front.
I do love. I also Teru is a great protagonist and an absolute sweetheart, and her not crush on Iko is adorable.
Man, that got gay.
Oh yeah.
Iko absolutely is into her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Absolutely.
Look, the only reason that relationship is not going to move forward anytime soon is because Teru is horrendously shy.
Yeah.
Roll credits.
Yeah, roll credits.
But yeah, no, Shy is really good.
Honestly, this is like quite. I wouldn't say it's the best superhero anime because I still think that's Tiger and Bunny, but this is still really good. As a superhero anime.
This is up there. We got some good superhero anime, so
Yeah, there are some. I still think this is one of the best.
But we should probably move on to our next show, which is Spy Family Season 2. Damn that boat arc.
damn that boat arc.
Arcto. So good. I love... I love that it's a good focus arc on Yor, but it still gives Anya and Lloyd stuff to do.
I mean, it gives Lloyd stuff to do in the sense that he is consistently panicking about how to be a fun dad.
Yes.
Which is hilarious. And obviously Anya knows everything or most of what's going on and is panicking while trying to reassure Lloyd that he's a good dad.
Lloyd is a good dad, but he is woefully unprepared for a child like Anya.
Yeah.
I think any parent would be prepared for Anya.
To be fair, if anyone could handle her, it probably is Lloyd. And to a lesser extent, Yor.
Well,
But speaking of Yor, she got some good shit this arc.
Yeah.
Like, the fight with the assassins is phenomenal, and we'll go more into it next week, but it's just a lot of good stuff.
It's just a really nice look into her character. Again, she's not gotten that much focus throughout the show. It was good to get this focus and get her realizing that she doesn't necessarily need to be an assassin anymore. But now, you know, before it felt like a necessity to her, now it's a choice. And so, you know, she can feel that much more secure in her role. And, you know, I think that was spurred partially by, you know, seeing the, I don't remember their names, the woman she was looking after and her kid, and seeing, you know, the effect that a shady life had on that family. So she didn't begin to worry. But yeah, eventually she realizes that she needs to keep doing it, or she wants to keep doing it. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what the stuff we got earlier in the season. It was mostly episodic stuff, wasn't it?
A lot of it was focused on Yor, actually. Except the finale was more focused on Bond, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
The goodest of boys.
Skinny Bond.
Skinny Bond was great. I do love the whole focus on Bond in the finale. It was really good.
He just wants to be a good boy, and life isn't helping him.
We did have that one episode before that was, like, probably the weakest of the season by far. The one with, I think it was mostly focused on Becky and, Nightfall.
Oh, that one I skipped entirely.
I don't blame you.
That's fair.
I knew what was coming, and I was just like, no, I have enough to catch up on as it is. This was, I think, the second to last show that I caught up on, maybe third to last, and I was just like, no, I just don't want to. I just don't want to.
That's fair.
I don't blame you, again. Like, there was a lot... Like, on the one hand, I get it, like, nothing's going to come of it, and she's just a kid, but it's still uncomfortable to watch. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Spy Family is... Spy Family. This is one of the best arcs, and next... Has there been another season confirmed? It would be weird if they didn't get it. It didn't get another season, but I'm not sure if it's...
I don't think there's been an announcement of another season, but the movie just dropped.
Yeah, just the movie.
Just the movie.
I think they're waiting for more manga to come out, because they've actually caught up on, like, they're already, like, through, like, half the manga at this point.
They are pretty close, to be fair, actually, yeah.
They're probably just waiting for a couple more, like, another year or two before announcing.
Yeah.
Because,
it's not
this is definitely a cash cow.
Yeah, and it's not like fucking Wit or Cloverworks don't have enough to do as it is. But, yeah. They're gonna get some really good stuff in a Season 3 as well.
Oh, yeah.
But let's move on to our penultimate show, which is Stardust Telepath.
This got surprisingly dramatic towards the end.
Yeah.
It did.
Like,
I got
that
really
was intense.
I got really
Emotionally.
uncomfortable in that. What was it? Episode 10, I think it was.
I think it was episode 10.
Yeah.
Like,
Where
God damn, that
Umika
was like
just depressed.
It's like, wow, it's not that serious.
everything is not Daijobu.
It's like, I understand you're frustrated, but like, come on, it's not that serious.
I mean, but Nmbr, consider, for a child her age, it might as well be the end of the world.
Fair enough, yeah.
When she's what,
'Cause
first year in high
all,
school?
Yeah, they're all like 14, 15 years old.
I guess.
No, they're all like 15 years old.
And to be fair,
Like-
Umika has the type of personality that's just gonna feedback loop.
Oh no, there's absolutely catastrophizing going on there, and like, I get it. When something like that happens, it does feel like the end of the world. But yeah, it's just like, poor girl.
Mm-hmm.
They all felt like really devastated by it too.
I mean, you and Haruno very much was more devastated by the reactions their respective
Friends had,
respective partners had to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what happened with you in the lighthouse.
Yeah, that was weird. It's almost like she's actually an alien, possibly.
But, you know, Haruno's was also very interesting, in that, you know, she admitted that, at the very least, you know, her perspective is not right for everybody, and it may even be a wrong perspective, and it's just not something that she's been able to, you know, break free from yet. And, you know, the bookend of going back to the rocket competition was really, really good. Even if, you know, Raimon threw it.
Yeah. Also, just like, that last episode with you, and her reactions to Umika were, certainly something.
Yeah, that was quite gay.
She's got it bad. She's got it bad.
That was quite gay, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
no,
liked,
this is a sweet show.
Yeah, I liked the addition of what's her name? Kay. Was it Kay?
I think so. Just gonna have to have a look-see.
Yeah, Kay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the addition of her, and I liked her two club mates. They were good in the short dose that we got.
It's all good stuff, honestly.
Yeah, it was a nice little show. Like, it wasn't anything too deep, but we got some good character stuff and some nice little bit of gay. So I am happy.
Indeed.
But we should move on to our final show, because we're nearing the 4-hour mark. We had not even started the awards.
Yep.
Let's get on to Tokyo Revengers. All of the content that dropped this year, I'm fairly sure it's 2 different arcs.
Yeah, it was the Christmas arc and the Tenjiku arc.
Yeah.
We won't spend too much time on it because we have next week. But goddamn.
That conclusion, though, holy shit.
What the fuck?
That one's super fucking hard. Also, god damn, fucking Kisaki is really pathetic asshole.
Yeah, I was. That's your motivation, really?
What a pathetic piece of shit.
I mean, I respect the drive, at least, you know, the commitment to your absolutely insane plan, but no.
We will talk about this in detail next week, but goddamn.
Yes, we will go into very much detail. He's
Also,
absolutely insane. But,
him getting a visit from Truckun was rightfully deserved.
I can't wait for the anime starring Kisaki. The isekai.
He got isekai'd super hard. Honestly, though, seeing him get mangled by that truck was kind of brutal.
Yeah. Oh my!
Nice.
Oh yeah, I'm picturing it in my mind. Limbs don't bend that way.
It's not a pleasant way to die.
No.
Not like he didn't
argue
deserve
was
it, though.
deserved, but yeah.
Yeah. It was also suitably ironic, because he was caught off guard by something he couldn't have planned for.
Yeah. He's responsible for a lot of death and a lot of suffering, so
Yeah, again.
Also, apparently he's not a time traveler, so that's interesting.
Yes. Wonder what his deal actually is.
Yeah,
Too bad we'll probably never know.
Okay. I'm sure we will. We just have to wait for another season, if that ever happens.
It most likely will. The manga sold like fucking hotcakes after the first season, and the manga is also finished.
Yep. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this arc. It went really dark, and really sad in ways I didn't expect. But it was great.
All right, I think we should wrap up the discussion portion then.
Yep.
And start on the awards. So, let us begin with Best Protagonist.
This was such a banger year for protagonists, honestly.
Yeah, you got a lot of good protagonists.
There it is. Your runner-up is Gesicht from Pluto.
Absolutely.
Understandable, honestly.
Yes, I loved him. Honestly, kind of a toss-up between him or, Adam, but that's Astro Boy. He's existed for a while. So that feels like it's kind of cheating.
It is.
But...
I'd have allowed it.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up is Iwakura Mitsumi from Skip and Loafer.
She is such a delight. And honestly, I won't say she's what made her made Skip and Loafer, but she is definitely a strong anchor for the series.
Yeah.
She's just so magnetic.
No. Mitsumi is fantastic. But notably not on either of mine on numbers picks.
I am aware.
Yeah.
Thought I'd point it out. My runner-up, though, is Saimori Mio from My Happy Marriage. Again, the journey she goes on is just so wonderful and so strong.
It's very good, yeah.
And obviously she has false starts and she has, she falls back into bad habits, but that scene in, I think it was the final episode, where she has to face that version of herself and get through basically the defenses she's constructed around herself, was just so good. The fact that she was able to do it was also just fantastic. But let's move on to the winners. Your winner is Madano Koji Arakoto, Oku the Inner Chambers.
Absolutely. He went through it, and goddamn, I just found his story very compelling. I absolutely love him.
Jack, your winner, Mao Mao, the Apothecary Diaries.
Yeah.
No, absolutely
Honestly,
understand.
Yeah.
She's quite possibly the perfect protagonist because she makes her show. She basically is the driving force behind the show, despite trying to skirt by and be under the radar. And also just she has excellent face game.
No, she does. No,
Yeah.
I cannot fault you for picking her. I cannot fault you. Though, obviously, I did not, because my winner is Kunoto Hyoma, Malevolent Spirits, Mononogatari.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, again, it comes back to what obviously you've got your own criteria, Jack and Nmbr, for what makes a best pro tag. Mine is very much development and growth, and again, Hyoma just goes through so much over the course of the two cores, and it is just wonderful to watch.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the
Growth
fact
certainly...
that... Go on.
Oh, no, go. Yeah, growth certainly is a factor for me, but I do think part of it is just, like, their centrality to the story is part of it, as well as just how well they play off the rest of their cast, basically. Is another factor I consider.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, yours is a good pick too, honestly.
Yeah, I'm glad we have a lot of diversity here.
And I just love how much of a fucking idiot he is.
Mm-hmm. There is always an element of either himbo or gremlin that goes into a lot of my picks.
But let's move on to our next category, which is Best Antagonist. Nmbr, your runner-up is Million Knives, Trigun Stampede.
Absolutely. He is fantastic, and you can ask any Trigun fan, anyone who's watched both the original and Stampede, they will absolutely agree that Knives was done better in Stampede, and I absolutely agree. He got so much in this, and he's a far more compelling villain, and also way more intimidating. But I absolutely love him.
Good.
Excellent.
Jack, your runner-up is Minister Ibarra, Dr. Stone, New World.
Yeah.
He strikes a really strong balance between genuinely intimidating and disturbing, as well as just being a really charismatic presence on screen.
Them faces, though.
He has really good evil faces.
He does.
But yeah, he works really well as a foil to Senku in a lot of ways. And also just, he's genuinely threatening.
Yeah.
In a way that a lot of less serious villains this past year were not.
My runner-up is Warazamawashi from Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari. To be fair, I've had a weak year in terms of antagonists, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
You a lot of the shows you watched were not really super strong on antagonists, from what I can tell.
And I did have a couple of options, but I just looked at them and thought there are some of these that I was happy with for season ends, but I'm just not happy with for a year-end award.
No, that's fair.
And I just thought about, the menace that these guys brought to Malevolent Spirits. And obviously they haven't been on screen very long comparatively. But they've had just such a big impact on the show and on the characters, even just in the background. They are a driving force for Hyoma, and to a lesser extent Tsubaki. And so I think that just, I just couldn't think of... I tried putting, other antagonists in at second, and I kept going, no, that just doesn't feel right. But when I put the umbrellas in, it felt right.
Sometimes it really is just that feeling of, this is the best choice.
Yeah.
Speaking of best choices, though...
Nmbr, your winner, and my winner, Fushiguro Toji, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a very good choice.
Yeah.
I was considering using him. I figured
so
one
good.
of you would pick him.
Well, we both picked him.
Yeah, I'm surprised. But I guess not that surprising.
Again,
It
there's a certain amount of a lack of choice, but after forgetting him in the Summer Awards, I kind of went, nah, he's going in.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, even if we had more choice, he'd probably at least be a runner-up.
Yeah, he's
Probably.
very good. And I think you said it in the Summer Awards. He's a force of nature. And he just absolutely shakes up the show. Both in the flashback and in the current day.
Yeah.
And, you know, his impact is definitely felt in that sense. But, Jack, your winner is Prospera Mercury, Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury.
That's a good pick.
No one does it quite like her.
Yeah.
Like, I am partially glad that this isn't just a straight up sweep, because as fun as it is to have sweeps in the season end awards, it's kind of boring if it's like a bunch of sweeps in the year end awards. Yeah. So I do appreciate that, but also I do feel like Prospera also just deserves the recognition.
No,
because
yeah, I agree.
She is quite a well-realized Machiavellian villain. Yeah, no. She's good. She's good.
Good. Moving on then to the next category, which is Best Boy. Nmbr, your runner-up is Vash the Stampede, Trigun Stampede.
Yeah, there are a lot of best boys this year, but
it was a hard decision.
Like Vash. He's just a good boy. He doesn't want to cause pain to no one. He just wants to do good. And seeing his struggle is just great to see.
Jack, your runner-up is Takeda Taiyo from My Clueless First Friend.
He is literally sunshine.
Yeah, he
is such a pure heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I was considering Helck as my runner-up as well, but I had to give it to Taiyo, especially since we weren't really discussing him at all.
Yeah. Helck's an honorary third place.
Yeah. For me, definitely.
My runner-up is Shima Sosuke, Skip, and Loafer.
Yes.
He's a good pick, too.
He's a golden retriever of a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he absolutely.
I love how we all picked boys with sunny dispositions for our runner-up spots.
Nmbr, your winner is Madoka Koya, Overtake. I was very pleasantly surprised to see this.
Yes, I love him, and his character arc is just wonderful. If I wasn't gonna put him as protagonist, he had to be a best boy, and he has that best boy energy.
He does. He's very good. I love Koya. As said, I was really pleasantly surprised that that you'd nominated him, and I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner is Aijo Rentaro, 100 Girlfriends. I'm not doing the full name. I've counted.
You did it once. That's enough.
I've counted off the reallys once. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, Rentaro is like the ultimate boyfriend, the most devoted of boyfriends.
He's like canonically the best boy, so
yeah.
I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, no. He's a good lad. He would literally die for his girlfriends.
Imagine if that's how the series ends, like he just gets rejected.
It's not that kind of series.
Like, right at the end, the last girlfriend rejects him and he just dies.
Yeah, he gets hit by a truck, he gets isekai'd, and now has to get another 100 girlfriends in another world.
I would not rule that out, but I don't think that's what's gonna happen.
And then that series ends, and he brings all the 100 girlfriends from the fantasy world back to the real world, and now he has 200 girlfriends.
God,
no, please stop giving the writer ideas.
He won't have a pelvis.
What's your pick, Mel? Stop leaving us in suspense.
My winner is Shinichi Suguru, Undead Murder Farce.
Yeah,
he is such
he
a
is
shit.
such a delightful little shit.
He is such a shit, and I love him. I still remember that scene in, I think it was the vampire one, where he is just shit-talking throughout the entire fight.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so wonderful, and I love it.
Yeah.
Let's move on, though, to the next category. Best Girl. Number, your runner-up. And my winner, Mao Mao, the Apothecary Diaries.
Yeah.
So you had to mention her somewhere, huh?
Yeah, as I said, it was a question of growth, but I wasn't gonna not mention Mao Mao.
She's so good.
I was sort of like going, I've got some really good protagonists here. I'm not entirely sure how to go, and I was like, I know I can put Mao Mao in Best Girl. She absolutely she absolutely qualifies there. I know I can do it.
On the one hand, I get it. On the other hand, like, I couldn't not put her as protagonist just because of how much she,
I get it. I absolutely get it.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, your runner-up is Arumakana Oshinoko.
There's not much else to say beyond that she is the best character in the show.
She is the disaster queen.
Yeah, she is.
I love her.
She is wonderful. Only character I think who could contest her is but I does not stick around long enough, I feel like, to merit that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Kana is great. Mm-hmm. She is such a delight.
My runner-up, and number your winner,
God damn.
Mitsumi, Skiff and Loafer.
So
I'd like it on record that I decided that independently, because I made sure that after the two of you sent me your awards, I stayed away from them until I decided the majority of mine. And then I went and looked at yours number and saw that. I was like, damn it.
I find that hilarious. I find it hilarious, and I also find it hilarious that they're literally just my protagonist picks.
Yeah, that was also very funny to me.
Yeah, so in a way, we all had the same pick.
Yeah. We all think that Mao Mao and Mitsumi are fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Because they are.
Yeah.
They are.
They absolutely are.
I did try to reserve at least one Best Girl spot for a non-protagonist, but one of them did have to go to a protagonist.
Jack, your winner. Frieren from Frieren.
Yeah. I can't argue.
It was hard to choose between putting her here and putting her in Best Protagonist.
Yeah, either her or Fern almost made slots in mine, but
this was a really good year for female characters.
Yeah.
All right, moving on then to Best Ensemble. Number, your runner-up, and Jack, your winner. Skip and Loafer.
Yeah.
They're good kids. They're all such good kids.
There are a lot of great picks for ensembles this year, so...
Yeah, it was very difficult.
This was probably my hardest category, I would say. I struggled a lot with this. I struggled so much with this.
This was the last category I decided on.
No, same.
Like, straight up.
And to be honest, it is my picks are partially motivated by yours, just because I was having that much trouble with it.
That's fair.
Makes sense.
But, Jack, your runner-up is Reign of the Seven Spellblades.
Okay, yeah.
No, I fucking love that cast.
Yeah?
It's a good cast. I did think, like, when I was deciding, what made it for me was which ensemble works best as an ensemble cast. And Skip and Loafer and Seven Spellblades were the ones that worked, that I felt like most emphasized their ensembles the best.
Yeah.
It was extremely hard to choose.
No,
though.
it was a really tough one. There have been some absolutely fantastic casts this year. Absolutely fantastic casts. You know, I look at you, the two of you picking Skip and Loafer, and I absolutely agree. I look at you picking Reign of the Seven Spellblades, and I absolutely agree. So, but my runner-up is Stella of the Theatre, World Die Star.
Alright.
Again,
Sure.
it's a case of a smallish cast and so many characters having their own journeys and having a bit of focus, and I just think it worked really well. And again, it was just a case of going through and going, what do I think I'd be most happy with? And I want to shout out Stella.
No, that's fair. Stella! Stella!
Nmbr, your winner is Pluto.
Yep.
Yeah. Urasawa excels in his characters, and there was no other choice for me.
I was considering with it. It was hard to put it in my third place slot, honestly.
Yeah.
My winner, though, is Overtake.
Yeah, that's also there's nothing wrong with that pick. In fact, that was almost my pick. Okay.
Again, I was just thinking about it. It's exactly the reason, or the reason is exactly what I said when we were talking about it. Every character, bar Futoshi and Aina, has something and has an arc, and they're all very good and strong arcs. So
yeah.
Again, I was just thinking about it, and I just went, you know what? I've got to pick it. It just feels like the right choice. I try. A lot of the time when I do this stuff, I try and do my picks on instinct, because if I don't do it on instinct, I just start thinking in circles and circles, and it just doesn't work. So a lot of the time, I will go with my instinctual pick and go, you know what? That does actually feel right. And Overtake absolutely felt right for this.
Sometimes it does have to just be a feeling.
Yeah, I'm glad you put it there.
And again, that was the other thing as well. You know, knowing that both of them were ones that, both of them were ones neither of you had picked. And so, again, we're getting a good spread. Because, like you said, I like getting a spread on the year-end awards. I like the spreads.
The spreads are good on the year end. Sweeps are fun during seasons, but they do get a little bit bothersome at the end of the year.
Sometimes, you know, like with the likes of Mitsumi and Mao Mao, you're gonna get multiple people picking them because they're just such strong characters. But on a category like Best Ensemble and like this year, where there have been so many good ensembles, it's nice to get that spread. But let's move on to the last character award with Best Ship. Nmbr, your runner-up, and Jack, your winner.
God damn.
Anis and Euphilia, The Magical Revolution.
Honestly, this is probably the best Yuri ship this year.
Yeah?
No, but they have such a good romantic journey with each other, and I do like just how that relationship evolves and develops, and how much both of them are willing to give up for each other.
No, from everything you've said, I can absolutely understand why I picked it. Jack, your runner-up is The 100 Girlfriends Polycule.
Okay. Sure. Alright.
Had to go with it. It is a delightfully insane relationship, but I couldn't not shout it out. And again, this is best ship, not best couple.
I guess it's nice to be able to at least put one here.
Yeah, this is, I think, only the third time I've actually used the fact that it's a ship award, not a couple award. I don't know if I'm the only one who's actually taken advantage of that, though.
Not in this particular set of awards. My runner-up is Kyoka and Mio, My Happy Marriage.
It's a good one. That's a good one. It was hard to pick this one because there were a lot of good romances in 2023, especially in the spring. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of choice, but I was fairly set in my picks, to be honest. I was fairly sure what I'd pick. I mean, I went through and checked just in case, but I had a feeling that this and my winner were going to be the ones I picked. Number, your winner is Arakoto and Iemitsu Oku, The Inner Chambers.
I cried when they got together, so I don't think there's anything else I can really say to justify this pick.
Sort of obligated to pick it, huh?
Yeah.
If it causes that much of an emotional reaction, yeah.
Yeah, because they went through so much, so them actually being able to be happy in their fucked up situation is just that broke me. So, yeah.
My winner, though, potentially not surprising anybody, is Botan and Hyoma, Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari.
I'm shocked. Shocked, I say.
Yeah, it's not a surprise necessarily, because I've been going on and on about how much I love it. But yeah, I was as soon as I got to best ship, I just wrote this in as first because I was just that certain about it. These are two characters that just work so well with each other and clearly get on, and it's just very nice to see their relationship develop. All right, let's move on to the categories with our animated images.
GIFs.
Yeah. Technically not GIFs, because I've stopped making them GIFs anymore, because it was a lot of work for no reason.
Yeah,
but let's move on to best opening. Your runner-up is Paradox by Survive Said the Prophet, Vinland Saga Season 2.
I'm not gonna lie, the Vinland Saga OPs were in contention for me. But I went with a slightly different criteria for my best OP choices.
Yeah, that's fair. I love the visuals. The song is something I listen to all the time, so it just hits the right notes for me.
I don't think Vinland Saga has ever had an OP that wasn't a banger.
Yeah,
no,
they've all been great so far.
Yeah. Jack, your runner-up, and Number, your winner.
Oh.
The Peak by Sakai no Awari, One Piece.
It really is peak.
Yeah.
Yet you didn't pick it in summer.
First of all, I didn't pick it in summer because, for a couple reasons. First of all, I had forgotten to.
Okay, fair enough. I can't blame you for that.
And second, I wasn't actually considering OPs for longer running series when I do my
fair
series
enough.
like One Piece when I do my seasonal stuff.
Fair enough.
I felt it was much more fitting for a year-end slot.
Yeah, I get it. It was just that moment for me of when I saw it. I mean, I had to message you to make sure that this was the one you were picking, because like, you didn't pick it for your year-end awards. Are you picking the really, really new one?
No.
Which I don't think had even been released yet.
No, of course. No, I would not be that kind of asshole. That'd be dumb.
I just wasn't sure, because all you put was One Piece, and One Piece had at least 2 OPs this year, I think.
It just got a new one literally tonight. So.
Yeah, it got a new one tonight, so I did have to check.
I don't have future sight, so.
And from what I can tell, I haven't actually listened to it, but I've seen parts of it. Yeah, that might actually be better than the Peak. So.
Wow. Okay.
Damn. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. It's phenomenal from what I've seen. So
Well, I'm gonna be watching One Piece tonight, so let's see.
yeah.
My runner-up is Setsuna no Chikai by Neko Haka, featuring Akari Kito, Tonikawa Season 2. It's just
Tonikawa has a banger OP both times.
It's both times were bangers, and this had a lot to live up to as well. Because that first one was such a banger, and it fucking knocked it out of the park. Like, I loved the song for the first one. This song is better. Like
they're both extremely good.
The visuals for the Tonikawa OPs have never been like amazingly incredible, you know, the same way that One Piece and Vinland Sagas were, but it just works so well. Jack, your winner. Again, one you didn't pick in the seasonal is Idol by Yoasobi Oshinoko.
Yeah.
Okay, I will defend myself on that one. I felt it wouldn't be fair to have picked it during the season.
I guess.
And also, again, like, after rewatching the OP and listening to the song over and over again over the rest of the year, I felt like this feels like a year-defining OP.
That's
if
fair.
I'm being honest.
That's fair.
I mean, statistically speaking, I'm pretty sure that's actually literally true.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, it was.
I would not be shocked.
It was just a case. I looked at your nominations, and went, he didn't pick either of those in the season.
It's a phenomenal one. So
yeah,
I mean,
this is the one case in which I didn't do that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Neither of my picks were from the season.
I mean, I did not do anywhere near that, because my winner from the same season as my runner-up is Mellow by Kanasuda, Skip and Loafer.
Yep.
That's a good one.
Spring was such a strong season for OPs.
Yes.
It really was.
It was such
Four
a
of
strong
these OPs
season
are
for
from
OPs.
Spring.
I mean, and I said this in our Discord. I kind of think 4 was pretty weak for OPs.
In terms of OPs, yes. In terms of shows themselves, no.
No, obviously, but the OPs themselves, like, I would say only really Spy Family was probably higher than any of my past OPs, like past seasonal OPs.
I would argue a couple of the others were on par, but none of them really measured up.
I mean,
overall on average to Spring.
From the shows that I watched anyway. I mean, you might be talking about OPs for shows that I didn't watch. I don't know.
That is partially the case.
Because, you know.
But yes, we'll get into those when we get to the Fall Awards.
Yeah. So let's move on to Best Ending, Best ED. So, Number, your runner-up, and Jack, your winner. Red Birthmark by Ina the End, The Witch from Mercury.
Yeah.
How could I not pick this as my winner?
Yeah.
Like, it's just beautiful, both animation-wise and music-wise.
Yeah. This is one of the things that still sticks out in my mind whenever I think of Witch from Mercury.
Mm-hmm. It's just so soulful and beautiful and just perfect.
Jack, your runner-up is Squad by Mei-chan, High Card.
Yes! That's a great ED.
No, it's a
so
great
good.
ED, and I still, every time I had to watch it for this, I could not help but be disappointed again by High Card.
Hey, we're getting season 2, okay? There's still hope. There's still hope.
Yes.
I just, yeah.
But yeah, I do
that?
like... This is just like... So I got two very different kinds of EDs.
Yeah.
I got the peppy, silly one, and I got the soulful ballad.
Yeah.
I felt like it was a good representation of both, like, quality and range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My runner-up is Happiness of the Dead by Shiyui Zom 100.
Good one.
Yeah,
Very
I
good one.
love that ED.
I fucking love the song. I listen to the song so often now.
It's so good.
It is very good.
That's easily
Yeah.
top 5 for me.
Mm.
It's
Mhm.
so good.
And yeah, I do like the visuals, and it's what I look for most in EDs is basically, you know, it's a chill time after an episode. It calms you down a little bit, and Zom 100 definitely does that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't think it necessarily has to chill you out in my experience.
yeah.
It just has to feel like a good sieg out of the episode.
Again, this is my perspective. It's definitely not everybody's.
No. I that's fair. I'm just saying, like, my
Yeah.
perspective is like, as long as it's a good like segue out of the episode, I feel like it's a good
I mean,
ED.
there are definitely some exceptions to that. I mean, I think Spy Family's second one last year was not necessarily a cooldown or anything like that, but it was just so well done that I had to pick it. But Nmbr, your winner, Mephisto by Queen Bee, Oshinoko.
Yeah. That one's extremely good.
Yeah, it also gets bonus points for how it's used at the end of every
Yeah.
episode. It's
It's one of those cliffhanger EDs that's just
Yeah.
perfect as a cliffhanger.
it's just really good. I love it.
Yeah. Almost like the ED for Licorice Recoil
Yes,
2022
yes,
as well.
exactly.
Yeah.
So that one was also a cause for Whiplash at times.
Hilarious whiplash.
Yep.
And also sometimes heartbreaking whiplash.
Yep.
My winner. Right, let me get this straight. Daremo Karemo Dokumo Nanimo Shiranai Bayasobi Tengoku Daimakyo Heavenly Delusion.
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
Sure.
yeah. No, that's a good one. There are a lot of good EDs this year.
It's
Again,
a great ED.
I love the song. It's another song that I listen to so often now, and I do think that the visuals are really nice. Again, just going through the characters, and then ending with Maru and Kiriko just huddling up in the sleeping bags. Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's great.
Moving on then to best animation. Let's just go down there. Nmbr, your runner-up is Trigun Stampede.
I gotta give props to Studio Orange for just making this show consistently look pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And
Studio Orange is just knocking it out of the park with their 3D animation.
yeah, there are a few shows that were definitely in contention for a runner-up here, but I wanted to give this the shout out it deserves because it looks great, and I feel like it's kind of a technical achievement.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up is Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2.
Yeah,
The animators worked their asses off on this, and I could not recognize that.
Let's say this now. All credit to the animators, not Mappa.
no, fuck Mappa.
Precisely.
Mappa bad. The show good. Animators are goated.
Yeah. I am glad you picked the Choso fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or rather, Choso versus Brainy Boy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, this is really good animation. Like, the animators consistently put everything into their animation. That deserves to be recognized.
Now, here's where I lied to you a little bit, Jack, because my runner-up, is the Apothecary Diaries. So I told you that I was starting early on next week's awards. Nah, I just wanted your help in coming up with this, since I knew you'd picked...
I mean, you are correct, but Apothecary Diaries is excellent.
Yeah.
The character animation in this is really good. There were only a couple shows that had similar levels of
Oh
character
yeah, this
animation.
scene. Oh wow.
This is the best fight of the year, obviously.
yeah,
I mean, it's
Herb
not,
Stomp, but it's a great
yeah,
fight.
it's not just the character animation, but it's also the storyboarding of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mao Mao just looking so huge after when she goes wild.
Like, she's so small, but she just looms
Yeah.
over.
And then that fucking
Yeah.
face.
Yeah, just cold fucking blooded.
Yeah. But Nmbr,
Just
your
absolutely
winner,
incredible.
and Jack, your winner,
Oh, damn.
Freerun Beyond Journey's End.
Yep. Like, how do you even begin to describe the amount of nuance and detail that was put into the animation in this one?
yeah.
Like, it's just so excellent.
Mm-hmm.
There's subtlety, there's nuance, and then there's just this incredible character animation.
And it's consistent. Like this is in shit. Like this is in like almost every episode.
It's in like every scene. Like,
yeah.
there's always like, even like sometimes it's just like small cuts of it, good animation, but it's every scene.
Yeah.
My winner, though,
Right.
surprising nobody, Tsurune, the linking shot.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
Yo
yeah.
Annie.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
Yo
yeah,
Annie.
yeah.
It's the boring choice, I know.
No, it's. I mean, yeah, but I can't. I can't say you're wrong.
Again, this is another
No,
one of
it's
those.
Kyoto animation.
Yeah, this is another one of those where the first thing I wrote down for best animation was Tsurune first,
Yeah.
and then worked backwards to find second. Because
Okay.
Also, I did want to shout out once again Uma Musume Road to the Top.
Yep.
That was almost my runner-up,
Nope, fair.
There were a lot of strong contenders this year. Like,
but I had to give respect to Trigun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no fair.
there were a lot I considered for this, but I had to go with what I picked.
It's
At
okay.
the
Uma
end.
Musume will have its day next year because it's getting a movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've got a rule against nominating things from movies.
We don't.
Even if it was there, I will break it because I know this movie will look great. But that's a whole other thing. Moving
enough.
on.
Let's move on to the last one with animated images, which is Best Fight. Nmbr, your runner-up is Vash versus Million Knives, Trigun Episode 12.
Again, I love this fight.
Yep.
Now, I remember you nominated this in winter, I believe.
Yes,
This was your winner winter, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, most of the best fights are either like incredible clashes or very intensely personal ones.
Yeah. This is a bit of both.
Yeah. Also, the best fights combine the two, yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, your runner-up is Yuji Nobara and Todo versus Mahito, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, Episodes 42 to 45.
Yeah.
It's a good fight.
This scene.
Yes.
Ooh.
Toto just being an absolute fucking MVP, and Yuji with the fucking finish. Rest in fucking pieces, Mahito, you piece of shit.
Yeah.
I mean, they cut out some of the goriest bits, like with Nobara, they cut out you literally seeing her eye as it burst out of her skull. But here they went into so much detail on Toto's ruined hand
Ugh.
that just wasn't there in the manga.
Okay, to be fair, a ruined hand is a lot less visceral than an eye exploding out of your skull.
I guess, but still, it looked bad.
Yeah. Nah, it's still brutal. It's a brutal fight. Mahito's power is body horror.
Yeah. And that was just from a
You're not
glancing hit that Mahito wasn't even expecting.
Yeah.
But my runner-up is Yuji versus Choso, Jujutsu Kaisen, episode 37.
Also extremely good.
Yeah, this one was
I think
it's so
yeah.
good.
I think the other
There were
reason
like 5 good contenders from Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2.
Yeah,
I think the other
that's
thing that not necessarily underwhelmed for me, but hurt the other fights, the major fights in Season 2, especially in Shibuya after this, is that a lot of it was not really hand-to-hand, which is definitely something I prefer. Whereas this
more
is... I know. I'm not saying a lack of hand-to-hand makes it a bad fight. I'm just saying from my personal preference.
That's fair. And
yeah,
most of the other fights leaned into
kind of
spectacle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, Sukuna and Maharaga was a lot of Sukuna using cleave or dismantle.
Same with his fight with Jogo.
Yeah. And the Mahito fight was a lot of Mahito's, body horror.
I mean, that did allow for a lot of dynamics within the fight, though.
Yeah. As I said, I don't think that they are bad fights by any stretch.
Just your personal preference.
Just from a personal preference. I love the intricate hand-to-hand that they had in Season 1 with Yuji versus Todo, and then to a certain extent with
the Hanami fight.
The Hanami fight. And obviously, I do still love some spectacle because I loved the I love Yuji and Nobara versus Eso and Kichitsu. I mean, I think
I'm surprised you remembered their names.
I'm fairly sure I made that my fight of the year, if I remember correctly. Or maybe all runner-up. So, of that year anyway. So, I do like spectacle. It's just that sometimes it just doesn't work for me as much. But let's move on to our winners. So, your winner, and not your winner, Jack. Gojo versus Toji, Jujutsu Kaisen, Season 2, Episode 27. Goal warning. I
love how all of us picked a Jujutsu Kaisen fight.
Yeah. Come on, it's Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah. I could have, and maybe I should have picked a Shibuya fight, but this one is still just...
so brutally visceral, yeah.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the two strongest people in the room duking it out, and this is the strongest sorcerer and the strongest non-sorcerer, and that's just so good to me. So
and to a certain extent, it is genuinely shocking because obviously we know this is a flashback, and we know that
Gojo is still around.
Fucking Gojo survives, and then we see this guy just absolutely tear him to shreds and stab him in the head.
He just
wait, he can't be dead. How?
And you just go, what the fuck?
Yeah. But speaking of the two strongest dudes in the room duking it out,
Jack, your winner. Let's be honest, it's the obvious pick. It is Gear 5 Luffy versus Kaido. One Piece episodes 1071 to 1076.
Okay, good. I'm glad you picked it.
Yeah.
I couldn't not pick it. This was my immediate choice when it came to deciding best fights.
It was my immediate thought, but it just went on for so long. That's
on the
my
one hand,
issue with it.
I get it, but at the same time, it's not unreasonable for the climax fight of the longest arc in the series to be a bit long.
No, I know, but it's just that it was a bit too long for me personally. It's not a big mark on it.
To mention,
again, it was still considered.
Yeah, to be fair, Jack, it's One Piece anime pacing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong there.
I still adore this fight, and you know, it was on my list, previously.
I mean, the reason I didn't pick it is because I was like, I watched like 2 episodes of that. It feels unfair to pick it.
Yeah.
That is understandable. So what did you pick, Mill?
My winner is Kazemai versus Kirisaki from Tsurune episode 12. Again,
I suppose that counts as a fight, yeah.
you said it did when I picked it in winter, so I ran with it.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
And again, no fight in inverted commas had me as on edge as this.
No, I get it. Stuff like this gets
Yeah.
me on edge too. So
To be fair, Mill, in a lot of the fights cases, you are a filthy source material reader.
Yeah, that doesn't help, obviously, but I feel like I had other choices that no, I didn't really.
God, this is so KyoAni.
Yeah.
KyoAni is just so good.
You ever see a show and go, "That's so KyoAni of you"?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think my third place was probably your and the director versus the assassins.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, that one was also extremely
That was
good.
also considered. That's a
Yeah.
great
That was
fight.
in my top 5, yeah.
I think that was in the back of my head as a potential third choice or third place. And I've definitely
There were a
got
lot of good fights this year.
there were a lot of good fights this year. There were actually a lot of good fights this season in fall.
Fall
Yeah.
was extremely hard to choose. One of them had to be a Jujutsu Kaisen fight. The question was which one.
I mean, I'm gonna say now, I'm probably gonna leave one obvious pick off just so I can fit in one less obvious one that I want to get in. I'm
mean, that's
not
fair.
sure what it'll be yet, but yeah, because there
Yeah,
were
no, like
there were some good ones this season that I did like.
there were a lot of good ones, like One Piece, Eminence and Shadow, Jujutsu Kaisen, and a few other shows just had a lot of standout fights that made it hard to choose like any one from them in a lot of cases. So it was like, gotta whittle that down. One Piece just had the advantage of having like a series-defining fights as the climax of an arc.
I do feel a little bad that I've picked both my best fights from sequels.
Yeah, on the one hand, yeah. On the other hand, like, a lot of the time, this is the only place we can recognize sequels.
Yeah. I honestly don't think I've had that many like amazing fights this year from my shows.
I don't think you watched as much in the way of action shows as we
Yeah.
did. Should probably move on, though.
Yeah, let's move on to our penultimate category, which is sequel of the year.
I actually watched enough sequels to have a top 10.
Of course you did.
Wow.
I might have. Maybe, I don't know. Your runner-up is The Eminence and Shadow Season 2.
Yep. It's good. It's extremely good.
It's too good. It's too good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Uma Musume. I'm sorry. It had to go here. I'm sorry.
It was, yeah, no, it's good.
It was
Very
close, okay? It was close, but it had to be Shadow.
Uma Musume will get its win back.
Yeah, oh it will.
Jack, your runner-up is Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury Part 2.
Like, I did have some slight problems with the pacing of the ending, but goddamn was the ending near perfect otherwise.
Yeah, it's great.
Mm-hmm. Just excellent way to conclude the show, and there is some great material throughout the second core of Gundam, so I couldn't not put it.
My win.
Runner-up was a very hard decision.
Yeah, my runner-up is Mix Meisei Story Season 2.
Yeah.
Even with the Harada stuff and even with the potential for a step-sibling romance, this show is just
Oh,
so...
The highs are high.
The highs are very, very high.
Yeah, I definitely considered it, but I just couldn't.
Again,
Can we
it
get
was,
much higher?
It was a case of my winner was pretty sewn up, and I was just thinking about my sequels. I think
I know what your winner is.
I
Mel.
don't think it's very hard to guess.
Yeah, we all know what it is.
It's not a hard one to guess, but I was going through different sequels going, should this be my runner-up, should this be my runner-up? And I landed on Mix and just went, that feels most right, I would say. All of my other sequels I feel like had some kind of issue, but I think this one was the one that I was least bothered by. Honestly, Dr. Stone and New World was pretty close. If only for, the fact that I've been enjoying it with my mum.
Yeah.
But, let's go move on to winners. Nmbr, your winner, is Vinland Saga Season 2.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. That was pretty much set in stone the moment it aired, honestly.
Honestly, I think that's my third place.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there for me. It's just the one I had to go with my heart and gut on my top two.
Yeah.
Jack, your winner is Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2.
Yeah.
Between the Gojo past arc and the Shibuya arc, it's just incredible stuff.
No,
Yeah.
Jujutsu Kaisen has definitely covered some really good stuff this year.
Yeah, it was close for me. These are two of my favorite arcs in the whole manga. But
to be fair,
there's a lot of good sequel stuff this year.
I think Culling Game might be one of my favorite arcs in the manga.
Oh, we'll be getting that next season.
Yeah.
Just give the animators some resting time.
Hopefully going to be at least 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping so as well.
I will wait.
I am happy to wait, though I am very anticipatory of some plot points.
I just want to see the reaction to Hikari.
Same.
Yeah.
That dumb bastard.
That'll be some fun bullshit, but what's your winner, Mel?
My winner, surprising nobody, is Tsurune the Linking Shot.
I am shocked.
I never would have
guessed.
guessed. That's actually crazy.
As I said, it was sewn up immediately. Instantly knew that this was winning, because I love Tsurune.
So what would round out your top 5 or 10 or however many you want to enumerate?
I don't have that list in front of me, and I barely remember every sequel that I've watched. But as I said, Dr. Stone New World will probably be 3rd. Jujutsu Kaisen probably 4th. I can't remember how much more, what other sequels I've watched this year off the top of my head.
I can put up give you my list and see if you think of any of the names off of that.
Spectre would round up my top 5. Spectre would round up my top 5.
That was a good one.
No, that's what would do it. Yeah.
What about you, Nmbr?
Not necessarily in this order, but I guess 3rd place would be Uma Musume, 4th would be JJK, 5th would be, I guess Witch from Mercury.
Well, I already told you all.
Was this year, so
I watched a lot as well.
Yeah.
I already told you all that Vinland Saga is 3rd. 4th is probably the second core of Hero Aka's season 6.
That was another one we missed out.
Was this year?
Yeah, it was winter.
What?
You completely forgot about that. Oh my god.
Oh my god! I completely forgot about that.
5th place for me would be Spy Family, then Eminence and Shadow, then Danmachi, then Dr. Stone in 8th, BOFURI in 9th, and Misfit in season 2 in 10th. Though Inspector might actually be 10th, depending on how I'm feeling. It's a good year for sequels.
Yeah, and I just like rewarding a sequel that does improve so highly on its previous season.
That is completely fair and understandable.
Because I think I did.
But
I think I did the same with Vanitas last year.
Yeah.
But yes, let's move on to our final category, the big one, the one we've all been waiting for. Anime of the year. Nmbr, your runner-up, is Overtake.
Yeah.
Let me know if you
I'm
do
very
love the
happy
show.
to see this here. I'm very happy to see this here.
Yeah. I love this show.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Honestly, I mean, there'll be plenty to talk about next time, but I just think it's really good, and especially coming from an original that just has so much love put into it.
Yeah.
I felt that love, and when that connection happens, it's like that. You know, you got something special.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, your runner-up is The Apothecary Diaries.
It's just so good.
It's a great show.
Like, goddamn. It's hard.
Phenomenal show.
This is one I definitely connected with a lot as well. Like, I just instantly vibed with Mao Mao in particular, but also the rest of the cast just really quickly drew me in. And the whole setting and concept really works well on this one. Just immaculate.
So I'm going to say now, one of your two runner-ups is my winner. I'm keeping it hidden for now, for the tension of the thing.
It's Overtake.
Okay. Ooh.
I just know it's Overtake.
But it is one of these two shows.
It could be either.
It could
I think
be
I know
either.
which one it is for sure, but we know you've greatly enjoyed both, so...
Yes, both are extremely excellent, and either would make sense.
Yeah.
My runner-up, though, is Malevolent Spirits Mononogatari.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Surprising, probably no one.
Yeah, nah, I've worn my feelings for this show on my sleeve.
Yeah.
It's a fun show. It's a
Yeah.
very good show.
I really enjoy it.
I correct me if I'm wrong. I remember you, like, when it initially started, you weren't that huge on it.
Well, it was because I wasn't sure about Hyoma. It was because he was, portrayed as this kind of hateful dude who just hated all Tsukumagami. And I'm like, that's kind of, I guess, this world's version of racist. I don't really like that. And then as I watched a few more episodes, it just became apparent that he's a straightforward idiot who doesn't know what shades of grey means. And he's just been shaped by the trauma he's felt. And so, like, once I got past that, it was like, okay, no, this is actually pretty good. And once characters started interacting, and it just got better and better for me. Nmbr, your winner for Anime of the Year is Pluto.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
I suspected
this
as
is
much.
shocking.
Yeah. No, that one's in my top 5.
Yeah. It's an amazing show. Urasawa's insane, and I'm just happy this finally came out.
Yeah.
I'm very glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, phenomenal show.
Jack, your winner for Anime of the Year, Frieren Beyond Journey's End.
Okay, all right.
I knew this
I
was
see
going to
it.
be very high up on my list when the first episode made me cry. And yeah, it just kept continuing to earn its place in my heart. I love these characters. I love this world. I love this story. It is beautiful in so many ways.
Yeah, that's fair.
My winner for Anime of the Year is Overtake.
Yay!
I fucking called it.
My reason... Apothecary Diaries is third. and it was very
I am
hard.
shocked.
It was a very
Yeah.
hard decision, but
Yeah.
basically, it's just that Apothecary Diaries is unfinished,
Yeah.
and there just feels like there's
That's
so much
fair.
more. Whereas Malevolent Spirits is also technically unfinished, but there did feel like a genuine end there, and Overtake, obviously, as an original, did just have an end. And
So-
I took my time because I watched it and then I was like, okay, where am I gonna put it? I kind of want to put it first. No, I can't do this straight away. I need to sleep on it. I need to give it some time and some thought. I came back to it and went, no, Overtake's going first.
Yeah. It's a phenomenal show.
What's the rest of your top 5 or 10, Mil?
So, as I said, Apothecary Diaries is third, Undead Murder Farce is fourth, Skip and Loafer fifth, Epon Again sixth, Stella of the Theatre seventh, My Happy Marriage eighth, Seven Spellblades ninth, and Insomniacs After School 10th.
Good choices. All good choices.
Sacrificial Princess is just outside that top 10, by the way. Just.
There's a lot of stuff I feel bad for not putting in my top 10, but like I watched 100 anime this year.
Honestly,
Overall.
I'm pretty happy with my list. I there's a little bit further down, especially with my fall shows that I just sort of jammed in there a little bit. But I would say my top 16 I'm very happy with. I look at that and go, no, I think that's right.
I'm more or less happy with my top 25. The rest of my top 10, though, Pluto's in third, Oshinoko in fourth, Magical Revolution in fifth, Hell's Paradise in sixth, Undead Murder Farce 7, Skip and Loafer in 8th, 100 Girlfriends in 9th, and Zom 100 in 10th.
Zom 100 is 13th for me.
It's good. I think what knocked it down for me was just the production delays.
Yeah.
And what about you, Nmbr?
I'm not gonna give a proper list. I'll give a few shout outs. Road to the Top, of course. Freerin, of course. Zom 100. Apothecary Diaries, of course. Trying to think about anything else that stood out. Oh, Trigun, of course.
Naturally.
Oku. I loved Oku. Anything else that really stood out?
I see you bring up Magical Revolution.
I did like that show a lot, but realistically, that probably wouldn't make the top 10, maybe top 15.
Seven Spellblades?
Fair.
Did you mention that?
That's probably in a top 10 potentially. If not, it's close.
Spellblades
'Cause
makes
I
my
did
top
really like it.
20, but not my top 10.
Yeah.
Again, I watched a lot this year.
Yeah.
I mean, I also have my last 6 full shows to go in, but I was fairly confident they wouldn't be making their way into the top 10 based on what I've got left. Because it's... What is it? It's Monohashi, which is probably the one I think will probably finish highest. Protocol Rain, Ballbuster, Kawagoe Boys Sing, Yuzuki Family, and S-Rank Daughter. Like,
I can always... Yeah, those are not...
I feel fairly confident saying they're probably not going to break a top 10.
Most of those are... I don't think any of those are really top 10 of the year material.
No.
Yeah.
Best
Unless
will
you don't
in the
watch a
world.
lot.
Komonohashi is probably the best chance of making the top 20, I'd say. But the others, I imagine, are probably going to be sort of between 20 and 30 somewhere.
I am going to have to put a more extensive list out on the Discord of my rankings for the year, but yeah.
It's a good thing you have Nitro, otherwise you might hit the character limit with how many shows you've got.
I have hit the character limit on the Discord because the public Discord we're on has a limit regardless of if you have Nitro or not.
Ah, okay.
But yes, the private one does not, so I think it should be fine.
Yeah.
Regardless, we should wrap up because we've been going over 5 hours.
Yeah.
We have. We have hit the 5-hour mark, finally.
We're past it.
We are well past it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. If you are still here after this 5-hour extravaganza, it says a lot about this
everyone
year
who's
of
toughed
anime.
this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a big year.
It was. Lots of good stuff.
Mhm.
I had a hard time narrowing things down on a lot of those categories.
Same. You know, as said, Protag was close.
Ensemble and
was very
OP felt
close.
like pulling teeth.
OP was pretty close, but I did my usual rankings, and like it was pretty clear to me that Zom 100 was close. It was third.
Zom 100 was a good one.
And ED as well was pretty close.
It's just so much good stuff to choose from,
Yeah.
honestly.
Animation and fight runner-ups were pretty close as well, but yeah. You're welcome, the awesome Fez. Thank you for interacting. I'm sorry we didn't give you an answer for the last question you posted.
Probably would have been a similar answer to the previous one, if I'm being brutally honest, but
there is
at the same time...
There is an element of, picking for what the person's tastes are. I mean, I used to recommend My Hero, but that was before we got to season 6, and it's a long one.
The thing is, there's no universal recommendation. It always helps best to understand the taste of who you're recommending to, first and foremost. After that, it becomes easier to choose.
Maybe something like One Punch Man, which has enough sort of like anime foibles to get you used to it, but also, it's got that superhero thing. And obviously
pretty Western friendly.
The first, very Western friendly, and the first season is, very well animated. So, maybe
the other one I can
like
think of that would work is Cowboy Bebop, maybe.
Cowboy Bebop, maybe.
Shampoo, Samurai Champloo.
Just don't watch what was my first anime, which was Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh god.
Wait, no, that's a great first anime.
But yes, we should wrap up before we
Yu-Gi-Oh with
get
the
too
Four
far.
Kids dub as well.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh god. The Shadow Realm!
But anyway, yes, thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed. In terms of future stuff, tomorrow we will be streaming. I have no idea what we're going to be doing. Certainly I'm probably going to be quite tired. But because we started early enough, it's not actually that late for me. So there's a plus on that front. But yeah, Tuesday and Thursday will probably also be streaming. And next Saturday is, of course, the fall 2023 wrap-up. We'll be talking about all the shows we talked about fall, as well as the others we weren't able or wanted to fit on the list, as well as the awards there. Otherwise, again, thank you for watching. Please do give us a follow here on Twitch and all that YouTube stuff if you're watching there.
Like and subscribe, leave a comment, etc., etc.
You know the drill by now. You'll have heard the spiel from many, many other people on YouTube. But one last time, thank you for watching this, and hopefully you have a good weekend. Good night.
Later.
Bye-bye.